Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
And we are back. Welcome everybody to the FIDE Grand Prix Berlin stage. The very first stage determined the remaining two participants in the FIDE Candidates Tournament. So here with you today in the studio is woman FIDE Master Ellen Nilssen, and I'm Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Ellen?
I'm so excited to be here, Arturs. I think today is going to be a great day. And it seems like we have some incredibly exciting pairings ahead of us today. I think we will see a lot of fighting chess for sure. But I want to ask you, what do you think our key matchup might be here?
Well, I'm absolutely one of the most interesting matches today I want to see is Etienne Bacroix against Alexander Grishuk. They've played many games before. They are born the same age 1983. They started to play first in 1992 in the World U10 Championships. And of course, some other matchups could be very interesting. Hikaru Nakamura is playing the first time over the board game against Andrei Yesipenko, the same against Vincent Kiemer, against Vidit Santosh Gujarati. And some of the more experienced guns are meeting against each other. Alexei Shirov against Lanier Dominguez. Yeah, so I don't even know what to pick. So probably you should start with the very first game. It's going to start in a couple of seconds. But yesterday already proved that these games, they're really exciting.
Yeah, and one of the matches that I'm looking forward to the most is actually the match between Nakamura and Yesipenko. And the reason for this is I heard that Nakamura yesterday, he said that he might find classical chess a little bit boring. So he's playing all these, Berlin openings. And back in the day, he used to be this great fighting player. He played the King's Indian all the time. And I'm just very much looking forward to see what he's bringing to the table with white today. Because even if he thinks classical chess might be a little bit boring, there's no way that he could be, he could be satisfied with the draw today, but for sure he wants to push against Yesipenko, who's of course up and coming and very strong, also in a bit of trouble yesterday. But I'm very much looking forward to that matchup. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yesterday Hikaru played maybe slightly boring Berlin draw. Berlin and Berlin. It's quite interesting, but still with black, it probably was a fine result. Let's not forget, this is still a double round robin tournament. So maybe very quickly, I'm going to remind you what is the tournament system here in the FIDE Grand Prix. So in total, there are 3 FIDE Grand Prix tournaments. All of the players, 24 players, are playing only 2 of them, and every single Grand Prix tournament consists of 16 players. So also in this tournament, they are divided in 4 pools, A, B, C, and D. They are going to play double round robin classical games. And then if necessary, there is also going to be a tiebreak match between them. And finally, the top finisher of every single group is going to qualify for the semifinal. Again, we have 2 classical games, then we have tiebreaks if necessary. And finally, there's going to be a final and points awarded for the top finishers. And in the end, the top 2 best scoring players in the 3 tournament overall rankings, they are going to get a place in the FIDE Candidates Tournament.
Yeah, and it can be for some a little bit of a complicated format, but if you have any questions, then please do let us know. We are, during the broadcast, going to make our absolute best to read all the chats that we have out there on Chess24 Twitch and YouTube. So if you have any questions, if there's anything you want to say to us, then please do let us know. We will try to do our best to keep up with all of you. And it's, of course, great to see that we have so many people here already.
Absolutely. I'm also having a peek at the chat. I'm seeing what you're writing on YouTube, on Twitch. Maybe not always will be able to respond, but of course, you can use this opportunity to ask some questions to us, or maybe you're seeing something exciting is happening in one of the games. While we are very busy explaining one of the concepts in another game, of course, please mention that. We're going to take a look at it. And I think, Ellen, by the way, we have to mention, we are not using engines here.
We are not. We have this little engine bar on the side, which can tell us like in which way is the position going. but we're not looking at any variations whatsoever. So this will be pure brain
Your brain
engines.
power.
Yeah.
Indeed. Right. So, of course, we are going to try to explain as best as possible why they're doing this, why they're playing this. But yeah, I guess we're going to see. So what do you think, Ellen? Which should be the first game we should start to have a look at? Because I think they have already started.
Well, I like the pick you chose with the Bakro and Grishuk, because it does seem that we have a little bit of an unconventional start here to the game. E4 d6, not something you see every day, and I guess that Bakro must be a little bit surprised at least. But he does know this opening the Pirts, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
Right. And it's quite actually surprising that they have played Ofimtsev, which is rather rare weapon, but could be very interesting. I see, by the way, there's a mention in the chat. What is the time control in the tournament? Perhaps we did not mention that. It's 90 minutes for 40 moves, extra 30 seconds for every single made move, and then there's additional second time control, 30 minutes until the end of the game. So normally the first part of the game, the first time control should be something like 3.5, 4 hours, and then there's additional 1 hour to finish the game. So maximum something like 5 hours of gameplay.
So it's a long day we have ahead of us, but it's for sure going to be an exciting day, and I'll bet that time is going to move very, very fast.
Yeah, I would imagine. And speaking about the game of Bakro and Grishuk, I checked their history, what they've played before. I mean, it's not only they're born the same year, 1983. As already mentioned before, they played first time 30 years ago. Unbelievable. I mean, 30 years ago in the World Under-10 Championships in Duisburg, 1992. Ever since, they have played 16 classical games. And Bakro, now this is actually a bit surprising to me. Bakro leads in a total score of 4 wins, 3 losses, and 9 draws. But the last game he won in 2005 when they were playing against each other in the FIDE World Cup, and Bakro eliminated Grishuk.
2005, that's so long ago. I was barely even born back then.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Were they around the same strength back then? Because, I mean, we can say now that, of course, Etienne Bakro is super, super strong, but Grishuk does seem to have a little bit more experience and is in a little bit of a higher rating class here, which is why I'm also guessing that he's playing the Pirts. He wants something sharp, and he wants to prove to his opponent that he can calculate better than him and that he can steer the game in a better way than Bakro can here.
Right. So I think the Ofimtsev definitely should be a surprise to Bakro. And for Bakro, this is the second game in white, because again, let us remind you, yesterday he was playing against Hikaru Nakamura. He chose a rather peaceful Berlin variation in the Raya Lopez, ended in 30 moves in a draw. So this is the second chance for the Frenchman, try to capitalize something with a white color. I don't know really what is the most annoying system here for white. There's many choices. Knight f3 is the positional choice, f4 is the aggressive choice. Ellen, are you playing e4 or are you mostly d4 player?
I have to say d4 best by test if you ask me, but of course I do follow a lot of top level tournaments, so I'm not completely lost when it comes to 1e4, though opening names I'm not very strong.
All right, so this is Pirts Ofimtsev, and let me maybe slightly go back. Of course, Knight f3 already has been played in the game, but I already mentioned f4 is a very aggressive approach leading to very sharp games. But I think at the professional level, the belief is that f4 is supposedly the least dangerous. And then there's some ideas with bishop e3, queen d2, long castle with bishop h6. Another very interesting setup. And knight f3 here, I think it could get really tricky. Okay, Grishuk played bishop g7, but there's going to be at some point black might want to play something like a6, b5, bishop b7, challenging the center. And it's going to be a big question if white will be ready to invest time for a4. Very, very tricky opening, if you ask me.
Yes, for sure. And of course, we were mentioning some chats. We were mentioning the Twitch chat. We were mentioning the YouTube chat. But we are not forgetting you on the Chess24 chat. So if you're sitting out there, then write. We are reading, but of course we can't pick out and talk about all and every single comment. But we are reading, we're following, and yeah, just we're seeing every single chat out there. Don't worry.
Right. Bishop e2 here. I want to show you one trick. Now, this is very common for the system. So, for example, white plays at some point bishop c4. Now, you want to position probably your bishop as active way as possible. Maybe try to get to the pawn on f7, maybe play queen e2 and e5 or something, very active ideas. But here, you need to reckon with the following idea. Knight x on e4 and d5. So this is something that you always don't want to miss. And that's why I think bishop e2, what Etienne played in the game, it's more peaceful, not yet revealing his plans. So after the short castle here, Grishuk already has to define what he's going to do. I think it could be something like a6 or maybe knight c6.
How about a move like bishop g4 in this position?
Bishop g4.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's possible. I mean, your idea probably is try to provoke me to play something like h3. Right?
And then I was thinking to take, because I'm thinking a little bit about some Benoni structures. And in the Benoni, you always say that you want to get rid of your light squared bishops, try to trade it for one of white's knights. So I'm wondering if you could apply some of the same concepts from the Benoni to this position with a move like bishop g4. But I'm not entirely sure if the bishop pair is just better for white here. What do you think?
Well, it's probably not very fair question because I'm a big fan of two bishops, really. So I'll always find an excuse to say that white is almost always better because he has the two bishops, he has the center, he has the space. But of course, in practice, it's not really so simple. Right. Yeah, I'm not even sure if white has to play h3 here. I could play bishop e3, maybe extra protect the pawn on d4 and be very flexible with the ideas, because if you are now going to take on f3, I've saved the tempo for h3. It just really depends on Grishuk what he's going to do here, because there's, I think, a6. Again, asking if white wants to play 4 or not. There's the knight c6, there's knight e7, there may be something slower as c6. I have no idea what Grishuk has prepared.
I think you could be right in saying that he might take a little bit of a slower approach here, a move like a6 or knight c6. Just keep on playing the waiting game, ask what do you want as white to do in this position. And then at some point, I have a feeling we're going to see some fireworks here.
It should be. Yeah, it should be. Should be possible. All right.
So I'm being told that there is some interesting stuff going on in the Shirov game. So maybe we can move over there.
Right.
Shirov is now playing against Linnea Dominguez, and they both drew in their game yesterday. But oh my God, okay, you know, I'm not an e4 player, but I can actually say a few things about this position. So this comes from the Najdorf, but not really a Najdorf. It's a closed one with knight c3 first. If we can go back to the opening stage, because this is actually, if you didn't already know, this is in the Giri Najdorf course, this exact position, if I'm not entirely mistaken, where here he recommends knight c6. And after queen d2, this idea of playing g6 to get the bishop to h6, this is a very interesting idea. So white will play b3, and then after bishop h6, white is actually forced to play f4 in this position, because if they decide to move the queen instead and allow black to trade the dark squared bishops, then white will be in a lot of trouble on the dark squares after already having played b3. So f4 is pretty much forced here. And after bishop b2, and knight f6, just some normal developing. e5, and black's point here is that they're trying to put a lot of pressure on the f4 pawn, and say that white might have a little bit of trouble finding nice squares for the pieces.
Right. I'll add that I think at the highest level, it's always the world champion to blame, really. He plays something new that everybody wants to repeat that, and I seem to recall quite an important game between Magnus Carlsen against Radoslav Wojtaszek. They played it a couple of years ago, and Radoslav, I think he chose play something more peaceful, knight f6, e6, bishop e7. But this is a very interesting system because white wants to castle long, start some kingside assault with h4, h5, and then with a pawn structure a2, b3, c2. For black, it's much more difficult to start the typical queenside offensive. So bishop h6, knight f6, short castle on e5. This is a very, very aggressive way how to deal with this.
Yeah, and I've had this position a few times on the board myself, and I always find that this position just absolutely blows up. It doesn't matter what you do, it's just going to be insanely wild. So even though there's still, in theory, still in book, and of course it depends on what they play here or what Shirov decides to go for. The most normal move here is g3, as far as I recall. Then I am sure this is going to be very, very exciting.
Right. And I think black would even sacrifice the pawn on b6 at some point, because you know how the modern chess is played at the highest level. Black is not really thinking, okay, my pawn on d6 is under attack, I need to defend it. Okay, let me just play something very passive, 98, and I'm very safe. No, in the contrary, black is thinking, okay, the pawn on d6, it's just a pawn. I mean, we are commanding here entire army, so maybe something like queen a5, bishop e6, rook c8, just ignore the pawn on b6 and focus on your own threats.
Yeah, and Kiri recommends rook e8, I'm pretty sure, after g3. But there are probably many, many ways to play this position.
Rook e8, this is not what I would have thought, but there probably is a reason why rook e8 is the best, and not something like queen a5.
Yeah, he just wants to put pressure on the e4 pawn and saying that every time you have to calculate if there's some takes on f4, or the knight on c6 can potentially go to d4, even in some variations where you sacrifice a pawn. And then the rook is just very nicely placed on e8, putting some pressure on the center.
Yeah, indeed, this could be very interesting. So at the moment, Sheriff is trying to recall something, and yeah, quite interesting what he's going to come up, because this is, I'm pretty sure, still theory. He's not improvising. I think he's just trying to remember. Usually it goes like this. Okay, what did I analyze here something like 5 years ago, right? I mean, I did this analysis. Oh my goodness, there was this, there. What was the idea? So there was this combination. He's just trying to remember, usually.
Yeah.
All right.
Should we try to move on to a different game? There are so many. Like, maybe we can do a little tour, just take a brief look at all the games, and then we can, after that, it has been some time, maybe the players are out of opening preparation, and then we can try to make a deeper dive into some of the specific positions.
Let's do that. So I propose to switch the game of Nakamura against Yesipenko, which is, I believe, the A group.
Yes.
Both players are standing at half a point, and yesterday Yesipenko made quite a miraculous escape. And I did read the comments of Alexander Grishuk after the game, and post-game interview. He said he was simply surprised by this queen b1, which to me felt like a panic move, but he was unable to concentrate, and thus he didn't find the strongest move, knight c3. Now I'm talking about yesterday's game when Yesipenko found this amazing resource, how to deliver perpetual check.
Yeah.
So this is
and
right?
Nakamura actually decided to go for 1c4. An interesting choice. I'm not sure. He can play like pretty much all openings. No, he plays e4, d4.
Yeah, I
Northern.
think at this level you already have to play everything because
Yeah.
I have the greatest respect for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and I'm amazed how you can play only one opening at that level, right? Everybody knows that, for example, Maxim is the top-notch expert in the Grunfeld, in the Najdorf, but still it's easy to prepare for the opponents. So he prepares a new idea at moves at 25 and 30, and you are battling to fight for the draw. So I think it's very practical to have many openings. Of course, it takes twice, maybe three times even more work, but C4, E4, D4, Knight of 3, many of the top players, they are playing pretty much everything.
Just C4 is not the most common moves. They can play everything, but it's not often we see a C4, even though we did see it in the World Championship match not so long ago.
About this move, actually, I know quite a bit because
Ooh.
I wrote a chessable course for the full repertoire for Black, reverse Sicilian, and Bishop C5. I was recommending this approach, which was first at the highest level played by Alexander Grishuk. No surprise that his countryman Andrei Yesipenko is playing this. I think it was 2017. I don't remember. Maybe it was Pavel Ulyanov with Black. And ever since, the system has become very popular. And there's obviously some tricks with Knight X on D5. For example, there was a FIDE World Cup final game between, the previous World Cup. Dingler ran against Timur Rajabov, Knight E5, Knight C3, Bishop C6, B takes here, Queen D5, which eventually finished in a draw because Rajabov showed very, very good preparation. So this idea of Knight X on D5, Knight X on E5, it not really works. So Bishop C5, castle, castle. Queen C2 is a very rare move because the main continuation here is D3. And after D3, I don't know what Yesipenko had prepared. I recommend myself H6, which I think is the most modern continuation. Some of the highest level players have chosen to play Rook E8. I believe it was also in the 2018 World Championship match, one of the topics between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. So they were playing Rook E8. But Queen C2, it just feels like a testing move, a surprise move for one game. Or maybe I'm just wrong. And Knight F6, typical retreat. Black usually plays Rook E8, Knight E4. A3, and now Yesipenko is thinking.
Yeah, Yesipenko spent a little more than 10 minutes at this point. I would guess that he's still pretty much in preparation, but as you said, just trying to recall what he has prepared here. The typical plans for wide-in positions like this, what would you say they are? Because A3, it can look like a move trying to play B4, but I'm not sure this is the most typical plan in positions like this, no?
Oh, well, I'm kind of sure that Yesipenko is out of the preparation, because if you ask me what was the move Queen C2, I don't remember. There was this idea at some point. It was clearly not critical because D3 is the main move. Knight F6 I can relate to because this is one of the typical ideas for the system, like I mentioned, Rook E8, Knight E4. And now he simply has to figure out which way to continue. Probably if I'm Black, I'm thinking, why my opponent is going here? Where are the tricks? What should I do? Should I include A5 or not? Should I try to play Rook E8, Knight E4? Because one of the typical ideas here for Black is to play Rook E8 and leave the F8 square for the bishop. For example, a B4, Bishop F8, and then try to play Knight E4. But I mean, his opponent is so experienced and so dangerous that probably Yesipenko wants to spend extra 5-10 minutes just to feel the nuances of the position.
Yeah, and in the opening, these extra 5-10 minutes, they can be very well spent. People, when they're prepared, sometimes even though they know what move they're going to play, it can be very nice to slow down and try to feel the position, because when you come with home prep, you just a lot of the time sit at home with a computer, maybe press the space bar a little bit, so you don't really feel the position as much as you do when you're sitting at the board. So it's just nice to, sit down, calm your nerves maybe also. I had a student once, and we had prepared this fairly, I wouldn't say long line, but it was a fairly long line. And she got into her prep, but she was just blitzing out the moves. And because she was blitzing out the moves, at some point she just lost complete overview of the position. And even though she knew what move she was going to play, she accidentally grabbed the wrong piece. Just because she was in this blitzing move instead of, just calming down and thinking a bit more about the position. And someone who's also very famously known for thinking about the position, even though he knows which move he's going to make, is, of course, Alexander Grishuk. I remember this point in the candidates where he was playing against, was it Maxime Bachir-Lagrave? And afterwards he said on a stream or during the post-commentary interview, that he actually knew what move he was going to play, but still he sat there and he thought for one whole hour.
Maybe he was just thinking about hippopotamus in the swamp, no?
Yeah, I mean,
you never know. You never know what the player is thinking about. Sometimes I'm also catching myself with the thoughts. I've long figured out the move, but then you start to think about some funny ideas. The real life kicks in, and you start to think about something funny. I don't know. And you never really know. There's more than one story about this when some very famous players have confessed that they're thinking about something else during the game. But of course, I believe that Grishuk is spending only time for the moves.
And I'm being told it was against Wang Hao. So thank you so much. I didn't quite remember who it was against. But yeah, this thing with taking your time and trying to feel the nuances of the position, no matter what level you are in chess, it's really important, and it's a great tip that you can use for your own games as well.
Right. All right, I think we have to move on. This is still a theoretical phase. Yesipenko is thinking. He is familiar with the ideas. I think this particular setup is a surprise to him. Maybe this was Hikaru's intentions all along. So we just move on. What do you think, Ellen? Maybe Wojciech against Oparin?
Yeah, Wojciech, the winner of yesterday against Rapport, winning in this very nice knight-end game with some great technique. So I'm very curious to see. He got his second white pieces today, to see if he can take it to 2 out of 2. Though it seems like this is also a very long theoretical line they're playing, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
Yeah, so it would seem. I have a feeling this is some sort of a Catalan. I cannot even immediately tell. I wouldn't be surprised, because Radoslav is one of the world's leading experts in the Catalan system. Yesterday, he indeed played a very, very fine game. And on the contrary, for his opponent, Grigory Oparin, the start is very rough, because the tournament systems, they simply are put this way that some players are starting with 2 games with white in the start, and some players are starting 2 games with the black. So it's very, very important. I mean, very difficult when you come to this high-level tournament and you want to show your best chess, and you're getting 2 blacks, and you get a painful loss in the first game. So the second game could be even tougher. So here for Oparin, it's very, very critical to hold. Otherwise, it could be just over. Let's check. What did they play, right?
Yes. So 1c4.
No, it's not. It's not Catalan. I'm wrong.
Can still transpose in some ways, I guess.
Some Tarrasch. No.
Yeah.
Tarrasch system is quite popular. Again, I think we have a certain individual to blame for that.
So yeah, this line is very topical. I can't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure it was played in Tata Steel between, I can't remember who played it, but it was played in Tata Steel for sure. And I'm pretty sure it was like a quick draw.
So this H5, Ellen, I find it quite interesting, because pretty much in every single opening, they are inventing some side pawn pushes, because this is what is recommended by the top engines, by the neural networks. They push H5, H4, or A5, A4, and say, everything is great. So here, black wants to push H4 to create some targets, and maybe I just want to show, I think so, which are the potential ideas here. If white tries to stop it with H4, it weakens the G4 square. So this bishop here could be feeling rather lonely. And if you play something like h3, then something like queen e6, queen d7, after short castle, the pawn on h3 could be under fire. So that's why Wojciech is simply ignoring the threat. And now Oparin, for the second game in a row, again, is aggressively pushing for the h-pawn, because this is exactly what he did yesterday against Vladimir Fedoseev. And g takes. You know, Ellen, I think this is still part of the preparation, because do you easily take on h4?
No, definitely not. I was just trying to look up where I thought it had been played. I said Vike, but it seems like this has not been played in Vike. I checked the Chess24 database. There are some recent games. 2 years ago, Mamedyarov and Dubov, they had the position after h4. I can try to check what happened in that game.
Black played h4. All of this has been played before.
It has all been played before, but Mamedyarov, he actually did not take on h4. He played bishop g5 instead.
Mm-hmm. So I would say that from a strategical point of view, Black has to act very quickly. Why? Because he has some weaknesses here on b6. This is going to make a very fine target for White. Then there's a weakness on d5, the isolated queen's pawn. So if White will be allowed at some point, let's say trade the queens, maybe play something like f3, knight e4, things could get very ugly for Black. So he has to play very aggressively, very pushing forward with everything he's got. Maybe even something like rook e8, rook e3, knight g4. Could be interesting.
Yeah, it's very common in these positions where Black has the worst pawn structure. They need to get some dynamic play in order to not sit in an endgame where suddenly they just have a bad pawn structure and White can walk around and pick up all the weak pawns. Whereas White, with the static advantage here, wants to make sure that pieces are traded and that the king doesn't get attacked. And that is why we're probably seeing this h5, h4, trying to create some dynamics, trying to make sure that they don't just go into an endgame where Black is potentially worse.
Right, and thus I think it's also safe to assume that Wojciech has prepared some new ideas here, because he has to know this game, which you mentioned by Mamedyarov, against, what was it, against Dubov. So g takes on h4. This is very interesting. Maybe he could try to play something like king h1, rook g1, and use the g file to get to the Black king. I mean, not only caring too much about the extra pawn, but try to get to the weakened Black king and not even forgetting about these weaknesses on b6 and d5. I like this.
Yeah, for sure.
So bishop g4. Yeah, this was played by Oparin.
Bishop g4. The bishop has to be developed somehow, and he wants to put it on g4. I guess the reason is that White doesn't really want to push it away with either f3 or h3, as it would weaken the king. And just, you know, the pawn on e2 can't move anyway. So putting the bishop on g4, trying to tie some of the white pieces down to the e2 pawn, while Black still has the potential to put the knight into e4 at some point if there isn't some f3 fork, or getting the rook to e8, trying to put more indirect pressure on the e2 pawn also.
Right. Yeah, this could be very sharp. Judging on the clock, Grigory Oparin is still within the preparation, 1 hour and 27. This means he should have pretty good idea what's going on here. Wojciech is slightly taking his time, familiarizing with the positions. Maybe the move bishop g4 he doesn't really know, or he knows it in the different circumstances. So again, a good moment, try to revisit what was written down in his analysis and try to come up with a continuation. You know, sometimes even players are just, let's say they even know what's the continuation here. They just double check if it's indeed how it was written, how it was maybe presented by their seconds. And then, you know, sometimes they come up with new ideas, even over the board.
Also making sure that what they looked at with the computer isn't wrong. I don't know if you heard this story about Fabiano Caruana, who had been preparing for the World Championship match. And it was only after the match that they on the team realized that their main line in the Petrov, Black was pretty much just getting mated, that they had missed a mate in one somewhere.
Wow, really?
So Yes, because they were looking with Leela. No, not with, was it with Leela? I don't know. It was some very strong engine, but the engine sometimes missed some very, very simple things.
So they analyzed it to the mate. Oh, I'm impressed.
They analyzed it to just before the mate, but they just didn't realize because it had gone a bit too quickly with the preparations there.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I just remember all the controversy by accidentally posting this secret, this video peek. I don't know, was it trolling? Was it intentional? Was it, what was it? I don't know. It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah.
So those of you who don't know, there was this video by Team FIDE. They released how they're preparing for the match against Magnus Carlsen, and they accidentally had a glimpse on the files on ChessBase, what they had prepared. So everybody was having a very hot discussion. Is this real? Is this fake? I mean, I don't know, but Magnus just laughed, I think, at the whole idea. All right.
Yeah.
Let's move on. I think we have to move on to the next game. Richard Rapport against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yes, looks like a Nimso Indian.
And in
with,
the previous, yeah,
Nimso Indian with Queen C2. That was all I was going to say.
And in the previous games, the only victory has come by Vladimir Fedoseev, who won their only classical encounter back in 2019, Tata Steel Chess. So they haven't really played a lot between each other. And although Richard Rapport is ELO favorite, it's his opponent who is scoring, I mean, better from one game. Let's check. Let's check what was this. So it's the Nimzo with Queen C2. Yeah, I know actually quite a bit about the system because I played from Black's perspective. Queen C2, I always treated this as the lazy move, the peaceful move, because I mean, there's maybe more critical continuations like E3, Bishop D3, maybe Knight F3. Then there's the very sharp F3 with the C5. I'm sorry. C5, D5 or D5, very, very sharp positions. And Queen C2, this is like the positional approach. White wants to play maybe A3, maybe he wants to play E4 and fight for the center. After short castle, I think the modern theory stands that after E4, D5, Black is doing just fine. So I don't think there's any major relevations here. So after A3, Bishop takes, Queen takes, here actually Black has some choices. So if he's fighting for equality, he can play a D5. And now it really depends what White would do here, because a Bishop G5 allows some very sharp games with C5, D takes, D4, I think it was something like Queen G3 could get very sharp, or Knight F3, and after D takes, Queen C4, B6 is yet another very topical line where Black usually is holding this position. So I wonder why Fedoseev is playing B6. Probably he has some different ideas here.
Maybe he just wants to, well, I was going to say take Rapport a little bit out of book, but I'm not sure Rapport really minds being out of book when you look at his playing style. He might have prepared something very specific here, trying to get a little bit of an unbalanced position, perhaps.
Right. And Knight H3, check this out. I mean, when I saw this, I was like, okay, wow. But I think the idea is very interesting. Stop the Knight E4 at some point, defend the Bishop on G5. Although I guess Knight E4 is not possible, right? Knight E4, I just take, and I win something.
Yeah, C7 seems to be hanging.
Yeah, so this Knight E4 idea is very, very typical for some point. So very deep preparation idea with the idea to play F3, E4 next. Quite original.
Yeah, and still Knight E4 not working, so D6, and White gets E4 in. And for when you're playing Black here, you can see that White has this massive center, but White is also lacking a little bit in development. The king isn't safe yet. So the plan for Black is to not let White consolidate in this way, you know, develop the pieces, castle, and remain with a strong center. And we also see that C5 was played because it is important to attack the center when you have the chance. And yeah, C5. And now if white goes d5, black gets a little bit of a square on e5 for the knight on d7.
I think there's a shot, no? Knight e4.
Oh, there's also knight takes d5 because
think so.
after bishop d8, knight c3, bishop e7, rook e8, bishop d6.
Or maybe not.
What is this? Yeah.
I don't know. This knight is very sad, right?
Very, very sad. Bishop. Oh, the bishop cannot go to e5, but it's a dancing knight. Yeah,
it's a dancing knight, indeed. I mean, okay, it's just an idea. It's just an idea. By the way, this knight takes on e4 is also possible right away. So again, f takes is queen takes on h4, something extra. So I assume this is simply, again, for the same reasons, not working for black. The knight is under attack, the pawn on d6 is under attack, but it doesn't mean that this threat of either knight e4, knight e5, it's not going to work under different circumstances.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
But I'm wondering, how is white going to react to this c5 move? Because there are so many things that you can do when your opponent tries to break in the center.
I think there's two choices, actually. So either white pushes d5 and makes sure there's going to be no knight e4, knight e5. By the way, I'm not 100% convinced, because Rapid has to make sure, okay, knight x and d5 maybe is simpler, but you need to calculate yet again knight e4, or maybe even e takes, c takes, and knight e4. You need to make sure this is even working. Knight c3, oh wait, there's going to be no check. So bishop e7 is simply impossible. And then the pawn on d5 is under attack. So this d5 maybe is not even possible. So I wanted to say is that Rapid probably has two ideas: manage to play in time d5 and then somehow finish development and rely on the space advantage and to bishops, or allow black to take on d4, get some kind of a Sicilian position with the pawn on d6. And again, he has the powerful dark square bishop. Probably, I don't know, he needs to deal with this knight x on e4 threat, because how do you deal with this? Maybe bishop g3 or bishop f2, something like this. I will be thinking about this.
Yeah, and if white decides to go bishop e2 immediately?
If white plays bishop e2, once again, we have to check what happens after knight e4. Takes, knight c2.
There's probably some taking on e2.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a bit difficult for white to develop the pieces here. I think what you're saying with perhaps moving the dark squared bishop is a very good idea. And simply for the fact that you don't have to calculate all this annoying knight takes e4, knight takes d5 all the time. So just making it a bit easier for yourself, even though you are releasing some of the tension in the position.
But you know, Ellen, things could get very, very interesting here, because I'm looking at this position and black also wants to play d5 at some point, make some fireworks. So even if we play this bishop f2, black is not obliged to play it very slow. He could play maybe d5, maybe even right away, something like d5. I mean, I'm ahead in development. I have a healthy development here, and white is 2 tempos short to finish development. So something like d5, it's very, very logical. So the Rapid plays here knight f2.
But Arturs, I'm so sorry, because we have we have a lot of development in one of the games, the one just below with FIDE Gujarati against Vincent Kamer. They have reached an endgame. And maybe we should just take a look at that before it ends, because my feeling is that, of course, they can keep on playing, but yeah, it's just under the report and VCF game.
I also see that there's, of course, some requests to see Dubov's game, but it's rather peaceful. So don't worry. We're going to check every single game. I think Ellen is absolutely right. Kamer's game has reached some kind of a very interesting game. We are going to take it of it first, and then we are going to move on to Dubov's game and check what's happening there.
Yes, because yeah, this is an endgame with equal pawns for both sides. There are opposite colored bishops, and even though we do see rooks on the board, so it's not entirely clear, it seems that black just needs to make a few accurate moves, and the position could be heading for a draw at any point. Kamer seems exceptionally well prepared here, almost the same amount of time as he started with. And my guess is that Vidit also still knows this position, even though he has to spend a little bit more time.
Now, this line is now incredibly popular at the highest level. Takes, this is how they got it. Some very high level games. I think the last ones were in Tata, as far as I recall. 94, King F7, takes.
Wasn't this a game between young Krzysztof Duda and Mamedyarov, where Duda seemed to blunder at some point?
I do not recall.
Or am I?
I
maybe...
do not recall. But this is a very, very popular continuation. So engines initially don't like it, but it's not really so simple. And this quite inevitably leads to this line. So after e4, black doesn't really have a choice. He has to take knight c6. There's going to be bishop b5 pin. It could be even worse. So you have to take. Now knight g5 is threatened with a fork. So you have to play bishop e6. This has been proven it's the best. So quite inevitably, they are going to this endgame. And since Vincent is perfectly happy with this position, this means he has some ideas that he wants to test. But the same applies also for his opponent.
Yeah,
Bishop.
And I'm being told that I'm mispronouncing Kamer and that it's Keimer instead. So of course I'm sorry, and I will do better next time.
Right. Bishop c5, and check this out. Rook c7, this was played rather quickly. I wonder if you cannot protect the pawn here on f2. Probably there's some ideas like f3, rook c8. This could be a problem. And maybe targeting some pawns here with bishop g1. The bishop on c4 is going to be under attack. So I assume that's why. That's why Vincent here, he played rook c7. He gave up the pawn. He took the control of the c file. Pinned the pawn on e6, which will need to be defended now, and play b4. But to be honest, Ellen, I'm just looking at this position, and I cannot really picture here black having any real problems, can you?
Well, I've lost many chess games in my life, so I seem to find problems everywhere. And those two pawns on the queen side, they can be a little bit annoying. But I will say that I do really like what Keimer he did with this rook c7, rook c6, pretty much just trying to make black's pieces more passive instead of giving black this activity with rook c8, whereas now the rook on e8 is just tied down to the defense of the e6 pawn. I guess White's plan is something like pushing the pawns on the queen side, while at the same time saying that black doesn't really have the same option of pushing the central pawns. But okay, of course, black still does have plans, but yeah, that e5 pawn is just very difficult to move. But it's so few pieces on the board. Though I still think that Vidit needs to show some accuracy here, and that it's just not completely straightforward.
Maybe, this would be quite interesting that Keimer would have to play the second game in a row, rook and bishop versus rook. I mean,
yes,
this could be possible, right? I play something like h5, h4, h3, trade these pawns, trade one of the pawns for this pawn, and then again give up the bishop, and Vincent would have to play the second game already in a row. With the same endgame, of course, it's going to be much more difficult for black to trade these kingside pawns, but it's entirely possible.
Yeah. And I think that we should move on to one of the fan favorites of the tournament, having been highly requested in the chats everywhere. So the game of Daniel Dubov against Levon Aronian. Dubov.
Yes, we can switch there, but I hate to disappoint you. It's not really exciting at the moment.
It's not exciting at the moment, but there is a huge time difference between the two players. Levon, of course, got off to a great start yesterday, beating, who did he? I know that he won against a very strong opponent. Yeah, he beat Vidit yesterday, and he seems very well prepared for this game. Of course, Dubov, as you said, was this draw in the rook and bishop against rook. And Aronian well prepared in this game against a London.
A London indeed.
Mm.
So this one of the Okay, I'm not going to mention who popularized it at the highest level, but one of the ideas here for black is to play an early knight h5. So, of course, there's a lot of nuances in the London system, but the idea of knight h5 is trade away the dark square bishop, because if white plays something like bishop g3, black is perfectly happy to take it and then just choose whatever continuation he wants, maybe queen d6, e5, maybe e6, maybe g6. And the power of the two bishops advantage, it just feels significant at some point. So Dubov says, I mean, okay, I'm going to give up the bishop, but it's going to cost you something. So that's why he plays bishop e5 and says, if you want to play f6, now after bishop g3 and a potential trade, you will have some problems with the pawn on h7. So I could play maybe bishop d3 or c3, queen c2, and this could be a bit problematic. So that's why Aronian didn't do it. He just played some normal moves, e6 and c4.
Yeah, c4 is not very common for these London.
No, for the
systems.
London, absolutely not. Takes, queen d5, bishop c4, here, bishop d4, and finally we get a peaceful position. But I think Aronian is doing just fine. This bishop on c8 is not doing anything.
But it is a bishop pair.
But it is a bishop pair indeed. Yeah, it doesn't look much. But let's say if I'm allowed to play at some point, let's say, it's easier said than done, right, Ellen? I mean, I don't know, queen c7, bishop b7, a6. Can I do this in one attempt?
Ooh, in one move, I don't know. If you go queen c7,
illegal,
I go
right?
rook a c1, and if you go bishop d7, I might also go rook a to c1. The development for white surely is much more easy in this position, but with Levon having spent so little time, you know, I can't say that I don't think that he will manage to find some way to consolidate the position here. And then try to use his two bishop pair advantage. Right. But it is still a little bit of an unbalance, even though the pawn structure is symmetrical. But yeah, maybe this is a better one to come back to later.
I think this is one of the things that sometimes people overestimate, the similarity of the pawn structure, because it might seem, wait, I mean, there's not much here, right? It's 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, no significant weaknesses. It's got to be a draw. Well, if it was the case, the Catalan system would be a boring, dead drawing opening. So again, in the Catalan, we have a very symmetrical positions, but black is usually suffering with this bishop. So it could be something similar. Maybe Dubov could play bishop e2, bishop f3, try to slow down this bishop development on b7, and black still needs to show some accuracy here.
For sure.
Right. So I don't know, actually, queen b6, probably Aronian doesn't want to play this because it would solve his opening problems. Let's say takes, but now this is something that you can try to bother. Let's say bishop e2, knight c4, get to the pawn on b6, maybe knight e5, bishop f3, a3. You don't make such moves lightly with queen b6. So I think he is looking for something else instead.
Yeah, I don't think queen to b6 would be the greatest move, just simply because then the black pawn structure does seem to get a little bit worse after white takes it. I think black needs to sort some issues here. One of the problems that I sometimes have when I'm playing the black side of these positions is that it always seems really annoying that white has a knight which can go to b5 at any moment, or a bishop that can go to b5 at any moment. So I don't know if a move like a6 in this position, maybe trying to prepare b5, getting the bishop to b7 if allowed, if that can be an idea.
I think it's a definite idea, but probably it's not really so simple, because let's say I'm playing a6, a4, and white continues with this idea of bishop e2, knight c4. There could be problems with the pawn with the square on b6. So with the knight on c4 and bishop on f3, I mean, Aronian really has to figure out all of these nuances, and that's why he played bishop c5.
I like this move, making space for the queen on e7.
Yeah, that's a good practical move. I also like it. So what do you play here if you're Dubov? I guess something like knight f3?
Yeah, but then there aren't these bishop e2 to f3 ideas that you were talking about before.
Right. Yeah, but what else, right? Because I think I don't want to allow the isolated queen's pawn structure, not even to mention the pawn on d4 could be under attack.
Yeah, so maybe, as you say, just putting the knight on f3. Also looking for knight takes e6, of course. Those cheapos, we don't want to miss them. So I guess that Aronian would play a move like queen e2 here.
Queen e7, right?
Yeah, queen e7, sorry.
Queen e7, rook c1, and maybe at the right moment there could be a move e5. I mean, you don't always have to play bishop d7 to finish your development. You can perhaps be a very aggressive and play e5 with bishop g4 ideas. Of course, it weakens the d5 and f5 squares. So very uneasy decision. So let's say knight e2, bishop g4, and now I need to come up with a very good move. Maybe I just don't have it. So maybe this. It's ridiculous, right? Ellen, what do you think?
Well, it certainly looks a little bit strange, weakening the white king. But I think in general, as you say, if black is allowed to play this move e5, then the problems, they do seem to be fixed. If you can get this and get the light squared bishop out without white being able to control the d5 or f5 squares too much.
All right. Well, okay, I think Aronian is doing just fine here. Adobov is down half an hour, but it doesn't really mean much. So we'll use this opportunity once again to switch to the next game. I'll allow you, Ellen, to choose the game which we haven't seen yet at the moment. Which one is it, by the way?
I think it's the last one between Hare Krishna and Wesley. So, but that is probably the last one we haven't seen yet.
Right, you're right. I gave you a choice, right?
A false sense of security, I feel.
All right, let's check this. What is this? The Berlin, of course, you're in the Berlin, and that's why don't you play Berlin?
Well, I thought it was very fun once when I was playing against a Frenchman and I was playing the French. I had a big laugh about that. So of course, if you're playing the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, then why not also play the Berlin Opening?
No, but Ellen, I think all the Frenchmen pretty much play the French.
Well, I do know some French people who do.
It's a national thing almost. I don't know. I've played against so many Frenchmen. All of them play the French defense. It's a
great opening. I mean,
it's a great opening. I don't argue, but still French, right? So it's sort of a national thing. All right.
Yeah, perhaps. Unfortunately, the Danish opening isn't so great, so we don't have many Danish people who play it.
I won't say anything about the Latvian gambit. All right. So this a4, this is a move which I don't instantly recognize. So one of the typical ideas here for white, I think I briefly explained this yesterday. Of course, the main topical endgame is after d4, knight e6, bishop c6, takes, d takes, knight f5, takes, and then only the theory starts. I'm really serious here. This is the moment when the theory really starts, and there's even books and researchers published about this position. And rook e1 is the quiet alternative, usually with the idea to play knight takes on e5. And of course, you're going to take on b5. There's going to be discovered check, and black loses the queen. And I think it's something like bishop e7, bishop f1. Yesterday, we saw this variation between Etienne Bacro against Hikaru Nakamura. But this move a4, I'm not big expert once again of this system, but move a4 looks rather rare. So black plays the normal way, bishop e7, knight c3, a6, and bishop f1.
I just decided to check the Chess24 database to see if this move a4, how much it's been played. It's been played plenty, not in 2022, even though we haven't had so much of 2022. The most recent game was actually a game between Polina Shovalova, who was playing in Tata Steel against, of course, Katarina Lachno. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it did end in a draw between those two. And yeah, so this a4 move having been been played before, but I can't tell you what the nuances and differences are.
I'm very curious about the idea. It's just another very aggressive pawn push, which maybe engines like it. Maybe it's a bit fresher position, but still black just plays solidly with bishop e7, knight c3, a6, e4. All right, I just assume there's some ideas to jump with knight e5. Knight e5, d4 maybe, and not really rush with winning the pawn on e5 on the spot. So I think so. That's why Wesley immediately gives up the pawn so that he's not facing perhaps not very familiar gambit. So let me just try to cook up. Maybe I'm just going to invent a bicycle here. So here, can I do something like this? Something like... what do we want to do here? Let's say d4 takes a knight e4 and try to exploit the fact that the knight is on d6 with very aggressive knight e5. Black would have some issues. So I think it could be something like this, why White is doing what he's doing, and that's why Wesley is immediately giving up the pawn and e5. Yeah, this looks completely normal.
Yeah, it's very common sometimes if you're material ahead, you can have these problems with developing, or you have an unsafe king. And very often the ways that you can solve these problems that you have is by giving back the material. So I think e4 was a very clever decision by Wesley, just saying, before I get into any real problems, let me just play e4 so that I can get this d5 in and develop my light squared bishop. Because if the light squared bishop doesn't get developed, it's both the rook and the bishop which are just out of play for the game.
Right. And dear chat reminds us this already has been played before. Thank you for your checking the openings. This is still a known variation. Looks really logical. And bishop e2, d4. It's not much. Maybe White is slightly enjoying slightly better structure because the black knight on c6 is not doing much. White is going to play c3, bishop f4, and because of this knight on c6, it's one of the slight advantages that White has, but usually it's not enough. And they found a way to trade more pieces. Here.
Well, now it just looks like an exchange French to me. And that's always great, in my opinion.
Right.
But this rook e2, very creative, I think. I like that. Still,
so pawn is under attack. How do you defend it? I guess something like c6, right?
Yeah, c6, c4.
c6, c4. Now the question is, do I play bishop b4 or here?
Yeah, you can, of course, also move the bishop.
And you're absolutely right. There could be also queen c7, but I just want to check the most aggressive move I have. So let's say bishop e4, because it's just an active move.
Yeah, so rook g3.
And now I'm going to play your queen e7. Or c7, maybe it's the same.
Yeah, it takes on d5.
And I take it here.
Okay, and if takes on... Oh, I should be careful about not getting...
This should be just equal. So the big question is, can you play d6? Create a very strong pass pawn.
And if rook d8?
And d7.
Okay.
Maybe this is the idea. Something like bishop e3, bishop b6. Try to win the exchange on d8, but maybe it's a bit far-fetched.
Yeah, let's say I go bishop a5 here. I have ideas as well.
That's some bishop c7.
Well, what can I say?
Remind me my place in the universe. Yeah, it's a great idea. I don't know. I mean, I could play something like bishop e3, and you'll take forever to win the pawn. Although, I don't know, still f5, rook f7 could be a possibility, although that drops the pawn on b3. Listen, Ellen, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. There's so many choices. Wesley probably is comparing them. c6 looks very natural, but maybe he's just checking something else, something more direct. But what's really?
Yeah,
I think
I'm not.
What's going to happen? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. If I were black in this position, I definitely feel a little bit uncomfortable, because there are these problems in the position that black hasn't quite figured out how to deal with yet. I like that Wesley is taking his time here, though, trying to see if he can just figure out a good way to come around this, because if he does find something concrete, something forced, or if he calculates a lot of the lines, then the time is well invested if he takes 20 minutes compared to 5.
Right.
Because he does have a lot of time here. He still has 1 full hour, and since there aren't many pieces on the board, if he can find a way out of this, he will probably have an easier time making quick moves later than he will if he gets an uncomfortable position.
Right. Yeah, so Wesley definitely is choosing what to do here, and maybe trying to figure out already quite far. Once again, I think we are going to make a switch. I'm pretty sure it's going to be something like c6, c4, and a queen retreat, or a bishop first retreat and then the queen retreat, because everything else, maybe there's something else. I don't know. This is what I would be thinking about. But we have to switch to a new game, and maybe Ellen, I'll allow you to choose. This time it's going to be a choice.
Well, I think we can just take a very, very brief look at the game between Shirov and Dominguez. And the reason that it's a very brief look is that because not much has happened since we left it the last time. Shirov has been thinking for so long, and I'm actually a little bit surprised by this. So as far as I know, knight d4 is not the move recommended by Giri. In this position, he recommends bishop to g4 in the position instead of knight d4, though I will say knight d4 is probably also still a theoretical move. Dominguez clearly prepared in this position, but I don't like it for Shirov that he's taking so long here on move 11. And these positions, they tend to get so sharp. There's so many things to calculate. So I think it's a little bit dangerous what he's doing here. I'm just quickly going to check how much time he's actually spent on this move. He's on 21 minutes, and he spent 8 minutes on king b1. I don't like this. I'm getting uncomfortable already.
That's quite a lot. And recently, I've been watching how Shirov has changed his playing style. I seem to recall that he always was a very principled player. I mean, he's always going for top-notch continuations, the mainstream theory. It's like the Botvinnik system where the theory ends at move 40, like the Miran. And then lately, when he has confessed already a number of times that he is not working on chess as he used to before, he has started to explore the less played continuations, right? He is playing some more offbeat continuations. So move like what he played here in the game, again, we have to show it to you, e4, knight c3, d4, this is not his repertoire. I think it's just for one game. He has some interesting ideas that he wants to test. Maybe it was based on some preparation against specifically Dominguez, how maybe Dominguez has played, or how he typically responds, but this is the final result. He is not exactly 100% sure what is happening here. Maybe slightly regretting the decision that he went here, but Shirov still remains very practical. He always finds very good practical resources. So despite the fact that he is down to 42 minutes, I'm pretty sure he's going to figure it out. Maybe play not the best move according to the modern engines, but something which is going to force his opponent to finally think.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so I don't know how you play here, bishop g2 or something. I have no idea.
Yeah, bishop g2 is a very normal move in this position, but I don't know if you could also... No, never mind. I was going to suggest knight d5, but the pawn on e4 is hanging at the moment. So probably bishop g2, yes. Maybe this can prepare a move like knight d5, or knight g to e2 is also very normal. I guess this can still transpose in many ways into Giri's recommendation if he does play bishop g2 or knight g to e2. And I think very great opening choice by Dominguez here. Clearly,
so knight e4 is not in Giri's course, right?
No, he recommends bishop g4 as far as I recall. But in many cases, the knight does go to d4 at some point.
Yeah, so, okay, this is definitely going to be interesting. Not much has changed. We are not going to forget about this game, so we simply switch to the next game. So I think we have to go back to the very first game in the lineup in the Group A, where Etienne Bacroix is playing against Alexander Grishuk. I can't really say much has changed, but I mean, something has changed, and I have to mention this. What exactly?
Yeah, and I see that there, some time ago, we also got a question in the chat about Grishuk's time management, because he spent 15 minutes on A6 and then 15 minutes on B6. And we were talking a little bit about this in the position before A6. What should Grishuk play? And we mentioned probably A6 was a move. But we thought, well, at least I thought that he was deep into his preparation. So it's very Grishuk-like, of course, to spend all this time. But I can't help but always think, what if Grishuk just played a little bit faster and didn't spend all this time when he probably should be in preparation? Yeah?
Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he doesn't. You know, I've seen him. I'm seeing him doing this. He plays really fast. He even has time advantage on the clock. So it's quite rare. This happens. I've seen it. But I think from Grishuk's perspective, about A6. When you play A6, this is, again, a typical idea to play B5, bishop B7. White is not really obliged to play A4. So that's why White has here rook E1, B5, maybe bishop F1 with ideas to play E5. White is not obliged to react to a B4. So after White's A4 here, Grishuk has again a choice, because one of the typical choices here for Black is now to play knight C6, to play E5, which is a very common idea for the King's Indian. And now after D5, knight B4. Now you are seeing the difference here of including A6 and A4. This knight on B4 cannot be attacked by a pawn. So I imagine this is what Grishuk was maybe comparing. He was just choosing. I mean, A6, A4, maybe was expected, but not really mandatory. And as soon as Bacroix plays A4, now he's thinking, okay, I can play B6, I can play knight C6, or maybe he's thinking about hippopotamus, I don't know, but he played B6. B6, rook E1, and once again, Grishuk is in a deep thought.
I really like the way that you're comparing this position to some sort of King's Indian positions, because it is pretty much just the same way that Black arranged their pieces in these two openings. But the main difference that we see here is that the pawn on C2 is not on C4, as it would be in a normal King's Indian. And for this reason, you know, you mentioned this move with knight C6, and they're on move 7 instead of B6. And because my first thought was that maybe Black could play something like knight C6, rook B8, and try to push for B5. But it's just not possible in this position, because it seems like the pawn is always hanging in some other ways than it would in those King's Indian positions where you do go for these ideas. So he has to find another way to develop his pieces, and B6 does seem like a very solid option. The bishop can go to B7, put pressure on E4. C5 is a way to attack in the center, where the pawn is very well guarded, where you don't have to take back with the D pawn, but you can take back with the B pawn and open up the B file if that ever does happen.
All right. So yeah, rook E1 is played on the board. Grishuk is in a deep thought. Maybe he's not even present at the board. Who knows? Maybe he is. So bishop B7, knight E7, number of ways to play here. All right. I think we have to move on once again. I'm going to allow you to choose.
Yes, I just read in the chat that Giri actually did recommend knight D4 and not bishop G4 as I thought it was.
So you're talking about Shirov's game, right? The
yeah,
knight D4 indeed was the recommendation.
Yeah, my memory isn't what it seems apparently. So thank you for clearing that up. And yeah, Dominguez still in the Giri course. He probably read it.
Yeah, but this is an interesting question. Let me just select another game, and I want to ask this question. How much do professional grandmasters, are they checking other grandmaster created courses. This is something which has always interested me because, for example, players of caliber like Dominguez or other super grandmasters, are they checking what their competitors are writing in published courses like for Chessable or on other databases, other websites?
I thought it was very funny last year at the Tata Steel. I don't know if you watched the press conference after or the whole closing ceremony where where Nils Grandelius, he walks up to the stage and he says, you know, I read a certain Chessable course. And of course, he didn't do very well with Giri's course, that some people may remember. And then Jordan Van Forest, he walked up to the stage, the winner of the tournament, saying, yeah, I also read Giri's course. And from this, we can see that when these strong players, they publish a Chessable course, their competitors, they are actually reading it and they're trying to find improvements and what to play if they can use some of the ideas found in these specific courses. So definitely Dominguez probably knows all about it.
I mean, they have to. They probably have to. I mean, maybe they're not really studying everything from top to bottom, but they're checking some of the critical lines because clearly these grandmasters or chess professionals, they have worked on this course for many hours. There's new ideas, there's research. So it really makes sense to check what's new here. So maybe they have their own ideas as well, but of course that makes perfect sense. All right, let's go to the game of Nakamura against Yesipenko, and Yesipenko immediately played knight e4, which is the typical idea, this time without including rook e8, which is a bit strange. And now after b4, bishop b6, it's alternative retreat route. You know, I did mention maybe before that one of the typical ideas for black is to free the f8 square, but maybe the bishop on b6 stands just fine.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
nice.
it did get traded. He didn't have time to play this rook e8 to get the bishop to f8. So after bishop b6 and knight a4, he was forced to give up the bishop pair here. But let's say he had gone to another square in this position or taken on c3. We can look at that as well.
Yeah,
yes.
we have to check it. Why this didn't happen, and why Yesipenko didn't take it, because it's a knight under attack, right? So take, bishop d2. White has powerful bishops. White has a potential center, and black has potential weakness on b7. So rook b1, bishop c3, e4. This could get really ugly for black, and that's why Yesipenko probably didn't even look at this. So bishop. Why not bishop e7 though?
I guess the bishop stands a little bit in the way of the rook potentially coming to e8. But okay, I mean, the bishop can still move after the rook goes to e8. What would white play in this position? A move like, oh, yeah, okay. Compared to this position where it's open for the rook.
Yesipenko is doing very much fine. I mean, everything he's doing, this is looking perfectly normal. This rook is open here. This rook is open here. There is some potential pressure for the white's light square bishop on the long diagonal. I mean, you can play c6 if you're really worried. Ideally, try to trade the light square bishop somewhere via e6 d5 square or alternative square. And white has some issues, so has to play e3, I guess. e3, d takes.
How about d3 though?
Yeah, I mean, d takes. Of course, he doesn't have to do it. I just wanted to say that this is white's probably dream. Try to play bishop b2, rook c1, and once again, you have the very powerful dark square bishop on the long diagonal. You're right, Alan. He probably won't take. I'm not even sure about d3.
Yeah, d3. I actually went d3 instead of e3. There are so many pawn pushes.
You mean here, d3.
Yes, to try to open up for the bishop on c1 instead, giving it a little bit of flexibility. It can both go on the c1 h6 diagonal, but it can also move to the a1 h8 diagonal here. But I don't know if the pressure against the e2 pawn becomes too much if black tries to play a move like, I don't know, queen e7, for example. But I'm still a little bit worried about how Yesipenko is going to develop that bishop on c8, if he's going to give up the pawn on b7 at some point, or perhaps play rook a7 to move the bishop. What do you think? How to solve this problem?
I think it was already a big choice because Hikaru just played e3. He's gonna go for the bishop e2, but I like how you said it. Essentially, White had two choices. One was to play d3, maybe bishop f4, bishop g5, and protect the pawn on e2 with something like rook e1 or bishop f3. Those are very typical ideas, but I think Hikaru wants to use the fact that the pawn still stands on d2, so he can play e3 and bishop b2. So yeah, this is what he played.
Yeah, I think you're right in the fact that black shouldn't capture on e3, because after d takes, the development for white is just so easy. The dark squared bishop is going to be really good, and the files there open for the rooks. So is rook a7 completely insane, or knight d5 perhaps a little less insane?
Knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
I think rook a7 is insane slightly, but a knight e5, I'm not sure. I'm not sure knight e5. You want to close the long diagonal, right?
Yeah, that was the point, to get to develop the bishop on c8.
You know, I'm thinking from Yesipenko's perspective, and I'm trying to imagine how can I trade this terrible light squared bishop, because the bishop on g2 is too strong. So if I'm going to make some kind of a null move, some meaningless move like h6, which I already said, this looks strategically very risky, or maybe even something like f-takes or e3. Hikaru really likes these types of positions, having played a lot of b3 systems, opening the f-file, probably something he can relate to. So I'm thinking from black, how do I trade? How do I play bishop e6, bishop b5? How do I trade it? And the pawn on b7 is under attack, but rook a7, it just feels really one way, no? I mean, this rook is going to stay there forever. What about c6? Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. What about c6?
Yeah, to just develop the bishop.
But, you know, Ellen, I'm not even sure how it changes anything, because there's still bishop b2. How exactly does it change? So maybe d3? I don't know.
Yeah, then it should be some d3, but d3, it seems like the pawn would get weak in some kind of endgame. It's not too easy to defend. Yeah, queen c3, the knight on f6 can never move. So, and also, yeah, I like this comment in the YouTube chat. Of course, we are still reading all the chats, saying that knight d5 in this position actually does threaten knight takes b4. So knight d5, bishop b2, instead of, yeah, here is, then bishop b2 is actually maybe forced, and then we can make a decision from there. But how it changes anything, I'm still not sure.
Yeah, that is a very valid question, because the pawn on d4 still is under attack. By the way, knight e5, I didn't even notice, Ellen, there's knight x on b4 threat. I mean,
no, I didn't notice it either. That was why I wanted to point it out. But bishop b2 is just so natural anyway, because you want to develop your last piece and put some pressure on the d4 pawn. Right.
Well, I'm more inclining towards c6. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's going to be rook a7, but Yesipenko really needs to figure out what he's going to do against bishop b2. Maybe there's a slightly more aggressive way to play this and prepare some c5. Maybe this is what he's looking at. So, for example, could I play something like queen d6, bishop b2, and c5? I'm trying to make this bishop look bad. Just an idea. I still need to figure this out.
Okay, so let's say I play b takes c5, and then rook f for a c1. Not sure. And then I want to ask how you're defending the pawn.
That is a very good question. I'm not sure I have an easy answer. Because rook a5, there could be some problems with the bishop, right?
This is why the rook is supposed to be on a7. I'm just saying. This is why you should be able to play b6.
I don't argue. I'm not even saying that this idea of c5, it's really great. maybe even rook fc1 right away, so that there's not even any rook a5 ideas. It's just an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And d3.
D3 is on the board.
Yeah, d3 is on the board. Wow.
I really like the strategical aspects of this move. This move just tells me that we're going to have a really strategic battle, because now it's going to be all about the pawn on d3. Because if this pawn proves to be a weakness and Hikaru, he can just pick it up with, I don't know, queen c3, rook e1, bishop f1, and Yesipenko won't have a way to defend it properly, then Hikaru will probably just have a winning position. Whereas if the pawn can become a strength, like weaken the pawn on d2, if black ever gets a knight e4 in, then it can be a potentially good endgame for black here. So I think that it's going to be a very, very interesting game after he's played this d3.
You know, Ellen, I already imagined a scenario for this game. I would like to improvise. Can I do that? Here we go. Queen c3. I think it might be knight e4. Maybe I'm wrong. And knight e4 to stop bishop b2.
Don't tell me you found some forced draw here.
No. There's no forced draw. But the point is, after queen c4, I had some ideas with knight g5. Maybe they're ridiculous, but they're ideas to fight for those weakened squares on h3 and f3. But I think Hikaru could play something like bishop e4 takes, and I'm not sure what's the best order of the moves. Maybe bishop b2, f3, and e4. So let's say f6, f3, rook goes to something like e7, and maybe even g4. Or
wow.
Yeah, I'm very, very creative here, you know. Something like king g1, rook g1, play g5. This bishop in attack could be an extra piece. So
yeah, that could be a strong bishop for sure.
Of course, black doesn't have to do all of this, but I think Yesipenko at the moment is looking for some active moves like knight e4, because if you play bishop b2 and the spin remains, why did you play d3, right?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, so Yesipenko now is, oh wait, it's not even Yesipenko, it's Nakamura who is choosing here. Queen c3, if this was a bullet game, it already would be on the board. Now, since this is a classical game, you want to spend something like 5-10 minutes to make sure the bullet move is the good move.
Yeah. In bullet, you just play the first thought that comes to mind. And I've heard that chess players, they do tend to maybe 80% of the time play the first move that comes to their minds, but they just have to make sure that it's all good, that it's all safe, and they're not missing anything, and they're thinking about all the possible moves that they could play in the position.
Right. And I think queen b3 doesn't really qualify, because I'm going to play bishop e6 and trade away the light square bishop. So it makes no sense really. So something like, although maybe there's some tricks now that there's no knight e4 and bishop d5 drops the pawn on d3. Okay, this is already very deep, right? I mean, queen c3 looks the natural choice. Queen b3 maybe is the deep choice. And yeah, Hikaru sometimes like to make the deep moves.
Yes. Should we try to move on to a new game? I was looking a little bit at the game between Wojciech and Oparin, because it does seem like we have a lot of developments in that game. And I'm very, very curious to see what this actually is.
This is extra queen for white.
At the moment, for the time being, yes.
For the time being. Okay, we left it something like this. Bishop g4.
Yeah, and he did play f3 here. I thought this was more of a weakening move. But Wojciech trying to say that the bishop on g4 perhaps was just a little bit too annoying, and trying to push it away instead.
I think he's also fighting for the e4 and g4 squares. This bishop on g2 temporarily, it's one of the saddest pieces you've ever seen, but it's going to come out at some point. So knight e4, bishop g6, queen d2, rook e8, rook e1. Black tries to play very aggressively. Yeah,
we were talking about this earlier, that the the weakness in the pawn structure meant that black had to try for some dynamic play as to not fall into an endgame being just worse. So I really like the move Queen G5 from Wojciech though.
It's a sacrifice, right? It's a pawn sacrifice. He sacrificed back the pawn. This is not a blunder. I mean, players of this caliber never blunder like this. I mean, knight e4, queen f6, knight e2. It's a classical intermezzo move, but Wojciech was quite happy about this position. So he probably evaluated, I mean, I have the two bishops, I have the weakness on b6, I have the passed pawn, should be something, right? So probably was slightly concerned about incoming knight f4, so he felt that, okay, this is a good moment to simplify the position.
But I also really, like, I didn't even notice that he was giving the pawn back. But just from a strategic point of view, this way of trading queens, even though he gives the pawn back, it just seems so nice to me because the black pawn structure is just completely dead. The bishop pair is great in this endgame as they can take a lot of squares on the board. And the bishop on b6 is actually directly attacking the pawn on b6. The d5 pawn is weak. And black still somehow needs to find out a way to get the bishop on g6 into play. It's just cutting down the board a little bit, looking into thin air perhaps. So I really like this decision from Wojciech. And I think that he has a very promising endgame ahead of him.
Right. Yeah, it looks rather good. So he has perhaps less weaknesses. Double pawns, black has slightly more, although there's going to be knight f4 at some point. But yeah, I think something like rook d2, bishop g3 for white, it seems to be a bit easier to consolidate the position. Maybe Wojciech at the moment is looking at a pawn on b6, but you know, I have, Ellen, the feeling that the pawn on b6 is not really going anywhere. So, I mean, you could try to take it right away. Here, yummy. That's it, free pawn. But it allows black to activate the pieces. Rook e2, knight f4, maybe this pawn is going to start to move forward. Why did white do this?
Yeah, I always say that you don't need pieces, you just need counterplay. And here clearly in that variation where black gives the pawn, black is getting the counterplay needed probably to hold a draw in some kind of position. We've seen this a lot today, actually, where one player is perhaps down a pawn, but gives it back to try to solve some problems, in the position. Wojciech just gave the pawn back to try to get an endgame where black's pawns are weak. And the variation we just saw giving the pawn back, but on the other hand, gaining some activity. Also in the Wesley game, Wesley playing e4 to solve some of the development problems we saw in the position.
Right. I really like rook e2, really. It feels so natural. I'm not sure about bishop g3, but even this position, let's say, oh wait, the pawn on b6 is still under attack. I missed that. So let's say knight f4. I'm not sure how this pawn, again, is important, but I could even play something like, even this position feels sort of better for white. I mean, probably it's not necessary, but black's weaknesses are here to stay. So Wojciech really looks like on fire here.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. G takes on f6 is on the board. Wojciech is trying to figure out what to do. I'm pretty sure he is not going to grab the pawn on b6. Rook d2 looks so natural.
Did we talk about why he didn't take with the knight?
Where? On f6.
On f6.
No,
yeah, because I think this is actually something which is very relevant to mention. Because the black pawn structure, though still weak, it is a little bit better than before. But simply because the knight on f6 is so out of play here, it can go to e4 or g4, and going back to d7 is just so passive. So I think he was almost forced to take back with the g-pawn just to keep this option of the knight going to f4 in the position, because the knight on f6, it's just not a piece which is in the game right now.
Right. I could try to take it. I'm not sure how important move is this. Here, bishop f1, I'm controlling the incoming e2 or e3 squares. The pawn on b6 is still under attack, so maybe king g2 to protect pawn on f3, rook c1. this knight on f6, Ellen, you said it. It's so passive, not doing anything. So that's why for Oparin, this was a piece of cake, and Wojciech takes on e8. Okay,
Yeah.
This I didn't expect. Really, I thought rook d2 was the natural choice, but maybe
Can his
Radoslav-
idea be bishop f1?
maybe actually it's the same. By the way, why not the same? Yeah, this looks so natural.
Just
Because-
to stop rook e2.
Yeah, just to stop rook e2, stop against knight f4, try to go for the opposite color bishop's endgame. The pawn on b6 is still under attack, but I think Wojciech really cares more about his piece activity, something like rook c1, rook c7, activate the rook first, and if possible, of course, have a pawn on b6 for free. But no, he took
He
it.
takes on b6. Okay. Very interesting. Also feeling like it's being played fairly quickly, though I didn't check the specific time management. Maybe he calculated this position from far away. Let me just go and give it a quick check. So he spent a lot of time on the moves rook fe1, bishop f2, queen g5, but not a lot of time with queen takes f6, rook e2, rook e8, and bishop b6. So this is very interesting to me because
he already, I think, made up his mind. He already made up his mind that he's going to take the pawn on b6. So rook e2, maybe it's just nothing. I just keep my pawn on bishop d4.
could very well be playing rook c1, rook d1, or rook d1 very soon. Maybe it's just a free pawn, and he's trying to say that this isn't something for black. Rook d2 falls into bishop e3, so you have to go maybe rook c2 in this position. The pawn f6 is hanging. Yeah.
I'm not totally convinced though, because Radoslav definitely has seen this position from afar. He didn't take the pawn on b6 randomly. He expects rook e2, and he probably has a response for that. So the pawn on b2 is under attack. Maybe it's not even bishop d4. Maybe it's something like b4, a4, a5. Push those pawns.
Ooh, yes, that could be very interesting. Just trying to create a passed pawn on the a file.
So this is more concrete continuation, because I felt that bishop f1 feels to be more secure because the pawn on b6 is not going anywhere. Well, you see, Wojciech evaluates differently. He believes that you can take the pawn right away and consolidate later. Quite interesting.
For sure.
All right. So if I'm a pawn here, what I'm doing, I have to choose between the two moves, right? It has to be either knight f4 or bishop f1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what bishop f1?
Yeah, rook e2.
Rook e2, yeah. Knight f4 or rook e2?
I'm a little bit worried that if the knight goes to f4, then you just won't get the chance to put the rook on e2. And also this, when the bishop goes to f1, this is the golden space between, or the golden distance between the knight and the bishop, these two squares in between them, where they can really manage to control each other. So I don't know if, to me, it feels like this would lack some activity for black, because the rook on e8 can't do much at this point.
Yeah, I think on the intuition level, rook e2 looks very natural. Rook e2, then I don't know what is going to do. Maybe indeed it's b4.
Mm-hmm.
Because bishop d4, this bishop could be under attack in some potential forks on e2. You still need to reckon that, understand that. So maybe b4. But even this position, is it so clear? I mean, I play something like maybe a rook b2.
You don't want to start with knight f4, just attacking the bishop on g2?
I'm not sure, because now I might not get rook b2 because of bishop d4. The pawn on f6 is under attack.
And if taking on b4?
And I take it, although still, position is anything but clear, really. So d4, d3, essentially white has a doubled h-pawn extra, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right, by the way. Maybe just start with knight f4.
yeah, somehow the position you showed seemed a little bit easier to play than the one on the board currently, because here at least white still has some potential of creating a pass side, an outside pass pawn. And that's always so scary when your opponent suddenly has a pass pawn that you have to deal with. And the pawns on f7 and f6, they might just be weak anyhow.
Right, right. Yeah, so Oparin here has a deep thought. Maybe he didn't expect this. He had some ideas that, okay, after bishop b6, this looks so natural. There's going to be knight 4, rook e2, etc. Now that his opponent plays it, okay, I need to double check. He had some ideas, definitely, but you want to invest some time again. All right, I think we have to, again, switch the game. Maybe check the game, which we haven't seen for a while, and it's Richard Rappert against Vladimir Fedoseev. Oh, and it's the knight on b3. It's there.
It is the knight on b3.
How did it get there? How did it get there? Let's start it from scratch. All right, this we already checked. Knight h3, very original. c5, yeah. And we left it here, right?
This knight f2, very, very fun move. So he decided to take on c5 in this position. Okay, how? Maybe he was worried that after, if he made a normal developing move like bishop e2, of course, still having to calculate all these knight e4, knight d5 stuff. But then at some point he was worried that black could perhaps go c takes d4, queen takes d4, and d5, because with the rook on e8, the king on e1 seems very unsafe.
Yeah, I think that's what you exactly said. So d takes on c5 is simplifying matters, because I think d takes, we can pretty much rule it out. There should be something about e5, just feels not right. I mean, black's knight on d7 is wrongly positioned for this position, should be on c6 to fight for the d4 square. And if black plays something like b takes on c6, then the pawn on d6 could be under attack, even maybe rook d1, or I don't know, I mean, start with some preparation move, maybe queen c2, so that there's no knight takes on e4, and then play rook d1, bishop g3, etc., etc., etc. So that's why Fedoseev took with the knight, and they reached this position. b4, wow. And he was not
the
even
knight jumping to b3, not scared at all.
He was not even forced. He did it willingly. I mean, knight b3. I guess the problem is this pawn on d6, because knight e7, I can make either a long castle or rook d1. You go after the pawn on d6, and knight a4 could be some problems with c5. I'm just guessing.
How about, okay, c5 does threaten bishop e5 immediately. I was quickly thinking about some bishop e2 to try to threaten bishop d1, but probably there's some knight b2 at some point where the c4 pawn could be weak. So
this is even better than on b3, right? Knight b2. That looks so much more active. On b3 is just a static knight. No, on b2 it has some ideas here.
Yeah, but I think you're right with c5. That does look very scary, no?
Yeah, so this bishop e5 is threatened to win the exchange,
and the pawn on d6 is under attack.
Right.
So let's say if I could just transfer the rook to a2, like make it move as a knight here, I'd be very happy.
Right.
Okay, so
I don't see anything immediately, by the way, because after bishop b5, there's knight c3. I just try to work it out. c6 takes here, and there's nothing, right? I just don't see anything.
Yeah, I can't quite see it either.
So there must have been something why he didn't like knight a4. Maybe knight b3. I mean, knight b3 comes with a tempo, right? And you are threatened to play knight e4. I think it's just a very concrete continuation. So maybe knight a4 is completely playable, but knight b3 comes with the tempo attacking the rook. He wants to play knight e4 and e5, for example, something like this. Makes a beautiful knight on d4, strengthened with pawn on e5. So rook d1 is not only attacking the pawn on d6, but making sure that black cannot land the knight on d4, and that's why he plays a5 and he goes after the pawn on b4. By the way, very interesting.
Yeah, I was going to ask because I don't know too much about Fedoseyev's playing style, but it does seem like that in this game he is playing in very, very concrete and dynamic manner. How do you how well do you know him?
Who, Fedoseev?
Yes.
I mean, I know him slightly. We have talked a little, but not really in person. I know he resides in St. Petersburg. He has played in tournaments in Latvia. I beat him, by the way, once. I mean, it's not really so relevant. It was a rapid game when he was 2,700. Very, very nice guy.
Ooh.
And so works a lot. I just try to make understand what is going to happen after rook d3. And Ellen, you're going to like this move.
Knight a1.
No, you are not. Can I improvise a little? I mean,
go ahead.
Okay,
I love to see moves like
Let's do
these.
this. Rook c3 to imprison the knight. Takes. Can I do this? It's ridiculous,
Wow,
right?
that's so creative.
No, it makes no sense really because the knight is still trapped. I mean, it's just not going anywhere. But I like these crazy ideas when I see. So after knight a1, but where do you go? Where do you go with this knight? Because either you sacrifice it, a4 relieves all the tension at a queen.
It seems a4 is too much. You need to keep building some tension.
Well,
how is knight c1?
Yeah, knight c1 also looks very serious here, and this drops a piece, right?
No, but how about ab4? Is that too much?
I did not even calculate it yet. I mean, of course, this is a big decision.
Mm-hmm.
And,
okay, so takes, rook b1, a2, rook a1.
What is this?
I don't know.
And something like d. No, but it's still not enough.
It's probably too much. I just really, for black, I really like the fact that white is underdeveloped with the rook on h1 and the bishop on f1. So it seems like you should have some kind of liberty to do a few crazy things, since the white pieces, they can't really come into play. We have a question of why not rook takes d6 in this position.
To be honest, I didn't even look at this because I saw the knight on b3 is under attack. Yeah, probably you can take rook takes on d6. So let's say takes, and there should be some kind of activity for black. Is it enough? I cannot answer this in 10 seconds, right? We would have to calculate, I guess, something like rook a1 check. If the rook goes back, I'm going to keep the rook somewhere here. And Ellen already said that white is significantly behind development. So maybe after the check, knight e1 could be proving to be a dangerous pin. But if you ask me how to continue, I have no idea again. I mean, the pawn on b6 is under attack. I want to play bishop e2, king f2, or even short castle.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, rook takes on d6. It's a very logical choice. I think it's like Fedoseev is literally taunting here his opponent. He's just like, come out and play, right? I mean, come out and play. I mean, I just want to go for some craziness with a5. He is challenging Rapport here after a5. And Rapport is trying to figure out what to do. Should I take the pawn on d6? Or should I try to go after the knight? And it's safe to assume that probably Fedoseev has some ideas to sacrifice the knight, although I don't really see how. Is it really knight a1?
I mean, I would love it if it was knight a1. I really would. I'm a huge fan of crazy knight moves.
There's just one way only Rapport can respond this, is put his own knight on h1. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Somehow,
or get it to h8, maybe.
Or get it to h8, right? Yeah, so knight a1 is tried to beat knight c2. Rook c3 allows some activity. Takes, maybe okay, rook a3, maybe it's not enough. It's too much. So takes, maybe even rook a4. And there
Yeah,
could
and
be b5.
the pieces there are under attack from white's side here. And you don't want to go b5, just closing in your own bishop on f1. But Arturs, why don't you say that we leave Rapport to figure this out, and then we quickly go and take perhaps one last look at the Vincent Kamer against Vidit, because I think we are going to see a draw shortly. Of course, it's an extra pawn for Vincent, but it's still an opposite colored bishop endgame.
But this is so nice. I mean, Ellen, check this out. What a great move with the
rook b8
here. I mean, he played rook b8. This is not a blunder. This is a sacrifice. So he sacrifices the pawn on e6 with a check. He's attacking the pawn on b4. So rook takes an e6, king g5, b5, right? The pawn on b4 is under attack. You have to defend it. And now he plays rook c8, pinning this bishop and pretty much forcing white to play rook c6, which may feel as an achievement, but I have a feeling this is just a dead draw.
Can I ask what would have happened if Vincent didn't go for... if he didn't go for b5, of course, after rook b8 takes on e6, king g5.
You mean here? b5?
No, I mean after rook e6, king g5. If he here had gone something else like a3, then of course there would be rook c8, and there's no way to defend the bishop on c4. So even the move b5 was forced, and I think that's very nicely calculated by Vidit, correctly evaluating that the opposite colored bishop endgame is probably a draw.
Right, I think so. I mean, it looks kind of drawish, so that was a brilliant choice. And they have this position. So I just try to figure out what kind of setup I have to choose. And usually when you are studying endgames, you are taught some principles like you have to stop calculating move by move. You're thinking structure-wise. So I'm thinking I have to choose which is going to hold what. And probably the king is going to hold the queen side with king c7, and the bishop is going to hold the king side with maybe h5, h4, put the bishop on g3 and f4. So if that happens, there is nothing. I mean, there is absolutely nothing happening. So if Vincent wants to do something to get something out of this, he needs to stop this. But how do you stop this? Because king is coming to e7 inevitably. The bishop quite easily is going to make it to g3. h5, h4 is easy move. And by the way, I stand corrected. I'm correcting myself. The f pawn is even useless. I mean, you probably don't even need it. I mean, maybe there's no need even to keep it. But I could even put the bishop on g3, pawn on h4, and still play king c7. And this position still feels very much drawish, even if white will be up 2 pawns. So that was a brilliant defense by Vidit.
Yes, for sure. And yeah, I guess if you're Vincent here, you probably go for a move like king e2. But as you said, the black king is very quickly going to c7 and trying to create some kind of defense for just defense in this opposite colored bishop endgame.
I think white has to really push very hard for that passed pawn. Otherwise, if white plays something like king e2, king f3, I can just wait, right? I mean, bishop c7, bishop b6, take a cup of coffee, not really rush anywhere. And as soon as you're going to go to c4, I can put the king here on c7. This, to be honest, it feels like a textbook draw. That's my first impression, really, despite the fact that white is up a pawn.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a way to stop this h5, h4 idea, because I think that, as you said, if black does get h5 and h4 in, I think it's just a dead draw.
Yeah, it looks very, very much drawish. So we have to go back to the choice of the opening selection. Maybe there's just nothing. You know, this is as far as it goes. You prepare the idea and you want to test it. You want to test it, and maybe there is some new continuation, new idea, and you test it for one game. And if your opponent finds all the good moves, so it's a draw, right? I mean, there's so much you can do. And this is still the chess at the highest level. His opponent, Vidit Gujarati, is one of the leading grandmasters from India, also very much theoretically prepared. He came up with this quite difficult defense of I think it actually started with bishop g1 and then rook b8. Brilliant idea. And there you go. You just go for this endgame and that's it. So I think Vincent really did everything he could, but his opponent was flawless, at least so far.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have some developments in the Hare Krishna Wesley So game, seeing how that one developed after rook d2, where it felt like it was a bit of an uncomfortable decision for Wesley, at least. So, but he might have found a very decent way to at least stop some of the problems without being completely out of the woods just yet.
So he decided to sacrifice a pawn, and this is a surprise. Oh, wait, can you even take the pawn on d5?
I couldn't figure out why not.
I think it's rook d8.
And takes on d8?
You cannot, of course, take on a5, right? This rook on d1 is going to be too strong, and the pin on the first rank is going to be probably decisive. So takes.
Queen e2.
Queen e2, and maybe... Yeah, why not? I don't know.
d5, perhaps?
Rook d5, bishop f4.
Yeah. And then I was thinking maybe b5.
Yeah, but I'm just up a pawn, right? I mean, I've always believed that if you can take the pawn right away, just take the pawn right away. I mean, your ultimate goal, if you're playing here with white, is to win the pawn on b5. So why not take it? That's actually a very valid question. Why not just take it? I mean, I don't argue there's definitely some compensation for black because white is slightly behind development. Probably it was something like rook d8. I'm guessing, really. Takes, queen e2, indeed. Some active move, some domination move. I don't know, really. Maybe it's something like b5, you know?
Yeah. Just trying
to take it. b3 is going to be queen c3 or something like this. e6 maybe. There definitely was something. There definitely was something that Hare Krishna didn't really like.
Yeah, I'm curious. He spent 14 minutes on rook d3. So he certainly tried to calculate what would happen if he took on d5, and he found something that he didn't like. Right.
All right. So rook d8 is played, but I think, Ellen, we really have to move to the game of Sheriff against Dominguez because there's a complete mess. I mean, you called it. You said there's going to be some craziness, and there is some craziness.
Yes, for sure.
This is the position.
Yeah.
This?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure. See, I was already wrong once about what I remembered in the Giri course, but I'm pretty sure this rook f1 was also in the course. He went d5. Dominguez went d5 after rook f1. I can't remember what the move was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't d5.
I think the idea is to play something like bishop f5 and try to go after the pawn on c2. It makes sense, right? A sacrifice.
It makes sense. And it makes even more sense when your opponent has spent so much time and you're on move 14.
Right.
So you just, I guess he played it. He thought about it for a long time, making sure that he wasn't falling into anything really obvious so that he could try to pressure Shirov on time here. Though it does seem like Shirov played h3 in only 3 minutes, so he might have just saw this one coming from afar.
Yeah, of course, it makes sense to push away the bishop, which also doesn't allow you to finish development with knight e2 or knight f3. Maybe figure out later if I can take the pawn on d5. Well, there's a million moves for black. Everything looks tempting. I mean, probably you can play even something like bishop e6. That's the most natural choice. Protect the pawn on d5. You're going to take the pawn on e5. Your position looks rather healthy, but probably Dominguez is looking for something more, and maybe there could be some really exciting ways to continue. And since I started to talk about this, knight h5 is too much, right? Yeah, I was having two ridiculous ideas here. Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to take on g3, some attacks on f4, but the h6 bishop is hanging.
Yeah, that's a minor problem. So we can do that. Or maybe
Something I really want to point out, which I find really, really funny, is just, of course, we are not using any engine lines or variations, but we can see the engine bar. And I just find it so funny how it's just like completely in the middle in this sort of really insane position. Because if I had to guess on anything, I would guess on anything but a draw here. It seems like too many complications.
yeah, we would say maybe like this, that the first one to blunder is probably going to lose the game.
Yes, exactly.
Although bishop e6 looks very natural, maybe there is some funny ways to continue. I'm just trying to figure out what they are. So taking an e4, this is not happening, right? Takes. There's no attacking pieces. The bishop on h6 is still under attack. E3 is nothing. Okay, we can discard that. Maybe there is a bit more creative way to continue. Something like, can I do this? Oh, I came up with an idea. Oh, wait, it doesn't work. This was my idea.
But what if taking on d4?
No, I wanted to do this. It just makes no sense really. But to be honest, after f3, I could just take the rook.
Yeah, but I mean, this is probably also some of the variations that they are calculating. It's not completely unlikely that they're looking at all these insane moves and ideas.
Yeah, but I think Dominguez is going to discard this rather quickly, unless there is a deeper variation. Probably bishop e6. Maybe there is a way. By the way, why bishop e6? He could play also bishop d7 because bishop e6 might initiate some trades on d5. Not sure because still after bishop e6. If I take it, there could be still the same idea of bishop f5, for all I know.
Yeah.
Why even take on d5?
And if taking on e5 then? Oh wait, c2 is hanging, sorry.
Yeah, the queen is hanging.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, everything is hanging. That is true.
Maybe he's just comparing the bishop e6 and bishop e7. Maybe you have to put the bishop on d7 for whatever reason. Maybe bishop e6, let's say, I could have something like queen f2 with some ideas to take on e5, push f5, and the bishop on e6 maybe is not the best place. So I'm pretty sure he's thinking about something like this. He already has figured out, unless, Ellen, we maybe miscalculated something heavily, that e takes on f4, probably not. D takes on a4, probably not. Maybe bishop h5. Oh, wait.
I was thinking a little bit about bishop h5, but then I thought, don't we want the knight to be able to go to h5 in some of the variations to put pressure on g3 and f4?
I don't know.
Such an insane position.
I don't know. It's such a crazy position, but I would choose between bishop e6, bishop d7. Really cannot make a difference. Yeah, very, very sharp. Let them calculate. They're playing. We are just commentating.
Yeah, Arturs, I think we should definitely let them calculate. And I also think that it might just be time for a short break for us here. At least I need to have a little one to go get some water, maybe open my window could be very nice. So I think how about you? Are you going to...
No, we are going to make a short break of something like 5 minutes, something like this. And we'll be back with you shortly here. Doing the commentary for the FIDE Berlin Grand Prix. Don't go anywhere. Be there in 5 minutes, and we'll be back with more action. Stay with us, and see you very soon.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking talking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
We will be back with a new season of the Multiple Champions Chessboard in 2022.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot. This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
And we are back live from FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. For you doing the commentary today is woman FIDE master Ellen Nilssen and me, Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. So we just made a small break and we are back to resume the action, follow the games from the Grand Prix. Ellen, what do you think about Shirov's game? Probably it's crazy enough, but I think we have to also pay attention what is happening on the other boards as well. Which one would you like to choose?
I think I'm just so excited about that endgame between Wojciech and Oparin, because Wojciech, I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, winning in the first round, a very nice game against the top seed of the B group. And Oparin losing the first round, so that if Wojciech pretty much wins this game, I think he knocked out one of his opponents from potentially winning this B group. And that would be huge, because starting with 2 losses, first you need to consolidate, make a few draws, gain your confidence back. But being on -2 in a 6-round tournament where you have to win it to go forward and win the entire thing, I think it's very close to impossible. So this is a very, very important game between the two.
Of course, and indeed, we will left it about here when Radoslav took the pawn on b6. Oparin decided to go for activity, this rook e2, which I was suggesting. Instead of b4, Radoslav played bishop b4, which was my initial choice, and then I noticed it's b4 and I wasn't sure. So rook c2, I'm not sure why this is necessary, I guess to stop rook c1. And now bishop f1, knight f4, this is the position what we have on the board. White still has the extra pawn, but black is very active and could be even threatened with some ideas like, with what ideas? I guess simply bishop h5, right? Go after the pawn on f3.
I'm actually wondering if we look at the way, like, black has a bishop and a knight and white has two bishops. So since this is an endgame and white does have a pawn more, I'm really wondering which pieces do white want to trade and which pieces do black want to trade, because you can always consider moves like bishop d3 or knight d3, but you have to make sure that you're not getting into some kind of worse or potentially lost endgames when you trade one of those pieces. And I know you're a very strong player, so do you have any tips or tricks in positions like this? Or if you look specifically at this position, then what do you think would favor which player?
Yeah, so I probably would be looking for a way to trade rooks if I was white. So since taking into account that there is bishop h5 idea, I'm thinking maybe I can kill two birds with one stone. It's just an idea. I'm not sure if it's working or not. I was looking at a4. And the idea is to push forward the pawns, a5, b4, b5, a6, and essentially just try to queen. And after bishop h5, I have a resource of rook a3. So
that's very nice.
Yeah, so I was wondering maybe this is something I would want to play myself, or maybe even ideas like a5, rook b3, go after the pawn on b7. Pretty sure Radoslav sees this already. He saw it a long time ago before I even had thought about this. But he's just trying to figure out, because it's not only white playing, right? It's also black. And after a4, this might be even too slow. While it deals with the bishop h5 threat, there could be more. There could be knight e2. There could be bishop d3. So, for example, he needs to understand what is happening, let's say, after, let's say, bishop d3. Because the threat is to take on f1, and now threat over this fork on e2 or even check on h3. So maybe something like takes. And now he's trying to figure out maybe the pawn on f6 is not really so important, because let's say I take it, the pawn on b2 is under attack, but probably black is going to try to go for some total activity. And the question is, how do you feel about this position? And he took the pawn on f6.
He did take the pawn on f6. You know, a pawn grabber, maybe he should join Yasser's club, Pawn Grabbers Anonymous. Well, you know, a pawn is a pawn and two pawns is indeed two pawns. So yeah.
Pawn Grabbers Anonymous. Is this a known club or something? I didn't know it exists.
Oh, you didn't? No, this is a very famous club by the infamous Yasser Serovan, who's a very fan of grabbing pawns. He's the founder of the whole Pawn Grabbers Society. Yeah, and I think Wojciech might be applying for a membership there after this game.
But he indeed, I mean, he is in a very much pawn grabbing mood today, because check this out. The pawn is under attack. I mean, no, I'm not even paying attention to all the nuances. One pawn goes away. Bishop goes back. The second pawn goes away, right? I mean, very much pawn grabbing mode here today. I mean, jokes aside, of course, Radoslav knows what he's doing here. He just figured out, if I can take those pawns, so why don't you just take them right away? Right. So what about now? Bishop f6 is two extra pawns, but the minor problem maybe is the double pawns at the h file. And we are mentioned in the chat. Thank you, GNO Ninja, that you mentioned that Dubov against Aronian have made a draw. This game, by the way, we didn't really see a lot. We are going to take a look at it next, I promise. There's not much happening really, so we are going to try to figure out first what's happening here. Bishop f6.
Yeah, so of course black needs to make a move. If I were black, I'd almost be tempted to just, pass the move if I was able to, because there are, a move like king h7, trying to improve the king a little bit, so that when you go bishop h5, you can bring the king to g6. It seems like a position where it's difficult for black to improve, and you're pretty much just waiting for white to do something so that you can create some sort of counterplay, because those bishops, I mean, they're so strong. But
Right.
before, when you played a4, you had this resource of rook a3 protecting the f3 pawn. So let's imagine that you do the same thing with bishop h5 now. How is white supposed to protect the pawn?
That is a very valid question. And bishop h5 was such an obvious threat. So I would expect Radoslav has something prepared against this. The question is...
the question is what?
What? Yeah, what? I mean, there could be a number of moves. I mean, it
Rook
could be
e1?
activating the rook. Rook e1. Yeah, that's the first move which jumps to my mind. I mean, all due respect to the pawn grabbers anonymous, but I mean, you also need to activate your pieces, right? So takes.
Yes.
It's something like, well, there's no checkmate, is there?
I'm wondering if you can include some rook e8 check and then h5. But I don't know if the pawn is just hanging.
Yeah, this is a nice idea, by the way, but he just takes with a bishop and there's no more check.
Yeah, but can like
very
rook
tricky.
h8, bishop
It could be very tricky, you know.
Ooh.
Very, very tricky here. I don't know. Now I need to check. You need to calculate this properly. Okay, this seems to survive for black, but this rook.
But there are some very, very tricky ideas, it seems.
All right, but since we are in the anonymous pawn grabbers club, I mean, do I need to give up this pawn on f3? I mean, it's a pawn, right?
Yeah, we want to keep it. So let's try bishop g or e5, yeah?
Yeah, I'm trying
e5 is protecting on b2, keeping it safe.
Yeah, but it's also dropping the pawn on b2, maybe.
Yeah, that was why I was thinking maybe bishop e5, so that we could keep it.
e5, knight g6.
And then, yeah, I see. Okay.
Could be very tricky. Bishop g3, rook b2.
We're not hanging on to any of the pawns here.
Yep. So I think maybe white will actually have to give up something. Oh, sorry, where is this? After bishop f6, probably black needs to attack those pawns at some point, or maybe he wants to push the d pawn. I don't really know how do you do that. Knight e2 check itself might force a good trade, but this opposing color bishop endgame might be also lost.
Mm-hmm.
Something like rook c1, trade rooks. Is this a draw? I don't know. Right? I mean, you don't want to go here and find out you're losing after 20, 25 moves. Really. I mean, from black.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you are playing knight e2 and after bishop takes, rook takes, you are admitting that you're going to be sitting here for hours just trying to defend and sit tight. And those things are so difficult. 2 pawns down. There's even a mate threat in 1 and in 2 in this position. I mean, this seems like something that you just would not want to do. And the knight on f4 is fairly strong, providing some counterplay, while the bishop on f1 seems to be lacking a bit of activity. It's not really, it doesn't really have the option to go to any nice squares, except for the fact that it is helping b4, a4, b5, a5, a6. But that is just such a long way in the future that I can't really see why black should hurry with playing knight to e2 here.
Right, indeed. So I think indeed it's going to be something like a bishop h5 and most likely rook e1. This looks so natural.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e1, give up the pawn, bishop takes on f3. I have no idea what's the best move here next. Maybe there's some tricks, maybe there's no tricks. I mean, maybe white just continues to play for the activity, but he still has the pawn. I mean, he still has the pawn. It's a double pawn, but it's still a pawn. And Oparin is struggling. I mean, what can you do? You're playing in this tournament. I think for Oparin, this is one of the strongest tournaments ever. He was the surprise third finishers in the FIDE Grand Swiss,
mm-hmm.
which was held in Riga, probably one of his career's finest results.
And didn't he even have the chance? Like, wasn't there a minimal chance that he could have actually qualified directly for the candidates? Because I remember he had such a great tournament, and it was just, I think if he had beaten Fabiano in the last round or something, I think I remember him being
Yeah,
being
but maybe
close, yeah?
theoretically he could have done it. I think he was not really close to do that. But it was, by the way, a fighting game. Still remembering that. But what I wanted to say is that in this tournament, every single game is tough, maybe even tougher than in the Grand Swiss.
Yeah.
Um,
Because there's so much at stake. Because
Yes.
now you did qualify for the Grand Prix, and you just know that every single game can just take you further and further and further into that sweet qualification spot, the chance of a lifetime, you know?
Right. All right. We have to check out, and there's already a second draw.
Yes.
Keimer has made a draw against Videt. We're going to check it out. First, we have to very quickly recap what happened the game against Dubov and Aronian. So we left it right after the opening, a long time ago. Remember this bishop c5 and queen e7. And that's it. You just play b6 and bishop b7. This is how you equalize the game. I mean, Aronian makes it look very easy. Normal developing moves. H2.
He is fairly strong.
Right. Everything goes away. Yeah, I mean, so the position is completely symmetrical. Oh, and they found a way to repeat the position.
Ah, nice.
And check this out. Dubov was actually slightly pressing. He could have repeated the position. No, it's 30 moves and he continues to play.
My guess is that it was some kind of just showing who has the upper hand to the opponent, even though you do know that.
Mind games, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. It's still a draw. The position is so super solid. The pawn structure is completely symmetrical. None of the sides have weaknesses. So draw is a very fine result between these two players. And yeah, so Aronian, I probably have to go back to this moment after the London, play this knight h5 and knight h5 early, if under the right circumstances, can give you unexpected great results, because white is simply not in time to play h3 and bishop h2. So Dubov tried something. He tried to complicate matters with c4, but I mean, Aronian was very, very precise.
Very well prepared also.
Very well prepared. No really big surprise. And finally, we have to go back to Keimer's game. I think it pronounces correctly, right? Keimer.
I'm being told in the chat, I saw that there was some bit of talk about it. I'm being told that it's probably correct with Keimer. Yeah.
Because I think Keimer is in German. I mean, I do speak some German myself as well, and Keimer is in German language, and Keimer is in English language, but we are just trying to pronounce it correctly. So maybe, yeah, we indeed can stick to his German language, Keimer, so be it. So it's a draw. Yeah. So like we mentioned before, I think your preparation goes as far as it goes. Maybe it was a semi-bluff at some point. I don't know. But Videt found all the correct moves. And again, we have to go back to this very nice, practical solution that here Videt decided to sacrifice the pawn on e6 and found a very nice way to force the rook trade. This is how the best players in the world are playing. Because if there was somebody less experienced, he would be thinking, okay, my pawn on e6 is under attack. I need to defend it. I need to get rid of the spin, right? He would play maybe f4, maybe h6, maybe king f5, and at some point he would find himself in trouble. And maybe this is what Keimer was slightly hoping for, but against Videt it didn't work.
Yeah.
So the final position is just, this is what you call a fortress. Despite the extra pawn, since there's obstacle bishops, white cannot make a progress because king goes here, black simply defends it. There is no way to create the pass pawn at the king side. Even there was no need to do this h4, which I said. Thus, it's an obvious draw.
Yeah, and I see that we are already getting some wishes for us to speak a little bit of German. I think we're going to keep the stream in English so far. But maybe, you know, we can include a German segment later in the show, of course, being a little bit inspired by Jan's Dutch segment and Peter's Russian segment. So maybe if you stick around, you will see it later.
Right. Ich kann sprechen deutsche Sprache, aber nicht sehr gut. Okay. I hope it's
das war gut, ja.
Das war sehr gut, yeah. So I can speak, but maybe not very well. All right, let's switch the game.
I'm reading in many of the chats that Grishuk is under some pressure.
Grishuk is under pressure.
Yeah, the top game.
The top game, of course. All right. So we left it a long time ago, and instead of the automatic bishop b7, here Grishuk plays e6. And wait a second, Ellen, isn't this hippo?
Well, I think it looks very fun for sure.
This is the hippo, no? I mean, do you play in the Grand Prix the hippo setup? This is quite interesting.
Well, why not? Just try to have a little bit of fun.
Why not? I mean, Grishuk is sometimes very original with his ideas. It does look like a hippo, but I mean, on a serious note, I think there could be some problems with a bishop b7, e5, and e6. So let's say knight e7, e6, very typical idea in the offensive, appears, and there's knight e6. So this is a problem.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do that. So maybe that's why he played e6 right away. But okay, this is bold, isn't it?
Oh, it's very bold, but it's also like waiting for Bakro to try to do something. You said that these two players, they know each other very well. You said that in the beginning of the stream, and that could also reflect or show in how Grishuk is playing. Perhaps Grishuk has some understanding or thought that Bakro perhaps could get a little bit nervous or has some problem if he has to take the initiative, or if he's forced to be the one to actually do something. I think that could be a part of Grishuk's thinking here.
Right. But I really like how Bakro here is playing. He's just playing the normal positional chess. I mean, this is maybe how also I will play. You play something like knight f3, you play very center-based. Your opponent is trying to be very funny with his ideas of some sort of a modern hippo. I don't know what it is. Bakro is just playing in the center, and he simply enjoys the better structure, right? Because this is what Black doesn't want to do. Take here, there could be some problems with the rook. This diagonal gives White extra access for some critical squares, maybe even d5.
The light squares, they look horrible here.
Very bad. Bishop f4 is a great move. And after knight e5, d takes, there could be at some point ideas to play knight e4, knight f6. So there's just no way that Grishuk at the moment is thinking how to take over the game. I think he's just trying to escape this. So his entire approach of playing this hippo system, I think it has slightly backfired. But I guess we're going to see.
I guess it wasn't quite on purpose that he did this, because it did start out as a Pirc, but he just never played c5. Speaking of c5, is it insane in this position?
Here c5?
Yes. I want to open up a little bit for my pieces, because it just seems so cramped. That knight on b8 has no squares, and if I play c5, then maybe at least I can get them out. Yeah, d5.
Yeah, but d5 is very natural, no?
Yeah, let's say I take on e5, and I take on take there, take on d5 with the bishop, or knight d7 first. I wanted to see if I could get the knight to c6 instead.
All right, okay. But
I don't know if I'm allowing some knight to...
Oh, this looks very dangerous for you. I don't know.
The pieces are not ready for it, perhaps.
Maybe you're gonna, in best scenario, equalize this. In absolute best, but knight c6 already dropped something. Rook a7 is incredibly passive. I think you're gonna do this. Although this idea of c5, it is an interesting idea. I mean, you want to trade off some pieces, trade on e5, and maybe try to trade these 3 light pieces for White, your 3 light pieces, and eventually get 2 pawns versus 3 pawns here at the queen side, and 4 pawns versus 3 at the king side. Oh my goodness, how much do that's too much, right? Okay, so I think the idea of c5, if c takes on d4 really works, it's great. But if White plays d5 unpunished, you don't want to do that.
d5 might just be too strong.
Right. All right, but I think we also want to see the Hikaru Nakamura game against Andrei Yesipenko because they played what I was suggesting. I'm so happy.
Ooh, let's look at it.
Instead of, oh wait, Queen C3? I remember, right? D3, Queen C3, 94, and he didn't take it. He played
you
first.
Actually, yeah, but you did mention this Queen C4 move, I remember. You mentioned both bishop takes and that little variation with F3 and G4, but your first thought, like your first trail of mind was actually going with this Queen C3, Queen C4, so that black couldn't develop with bishop E6 because the knight on E4 was hanging.
Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, I was looking at Queen C4 right away, or wait, maybe it was Queen B3, Bishop E6, and then Queen C3, whatever. But it's all the same, more or less, because White took on E4 so that Black is not organizing the counterplay at the king side. It's a very paradoxical choice, but it's very specific because White creates these monstrous weaknesses at a king side, and he immediately fixes them. So he's left with this very powerful dark square bishop, rook c1, pinning the bishop, protecting the pawn on c7, and I love this position. You know, I see the evaluation bar. It says it's equal. It's not equal. I mean, it's absolutely not equal. I mean, I would totally choose 10 times out of 10 with White. I mean, I like this. This bishop, I'm going to play e4, maybe g4, or just g4.
I was actually also going to say this exact thing with the evaluation bar, because to be honest, I don't get why it's in the middle, why it's perhaps saying zeros or 0.1 or whatever it might be saying, because I think this position just looks so much more natural for White to play. My guess is that it has something to do with the pawn on a3. Because the pawn on a3 is backwards, the bishop on b2 has to keep on protecting it. We also see that Yesipenko actually didn't move the rook from a8 just yet. It's still standing there, making sure that the bishop on b2 doesn't work. Also, you know, those queenside pawns, they can never move forward because all the squares in front, they are just protected so well.
Right. I think you're right. So if Black would have let's say, not the pawn on b6, but something like, let's say, a4, there would be no counterplay, and this would be very much one-sided game. So here still there is this pressure on the pawn on a3, so probably Yesipenko is going to keep the rook on a8 for as long as I can. I would imagine he's going to play at some point f6, which feels to be quite inevitable. The question is, at which moment do you play it? Because queen g5 is a threat, an immediate threat. So let's say f6 right away. But let's say something like this happens. I'm just going to make some random moves here. Let's say g4, king h8. I'm going to play something like, what I'm going to play? I don't know, queen g3. I don't know, rook e8, h3. I'm going to make a lot of moves. I just want to prove my point. So let's say Black is just waiting. So this is what I wanted. So I'm creating this very strong pull on the pawn on g7. This bishop is useless. It's not really doing anything. And I can just include more pieces in the attack. And there's this rule that in the attack, the opposite color bishop, it's an extra piece. So I think from a strategical point of view, Yesipenko's position looks a bit dangerous. Although, yeah, evaluation bar says it's equal. So
I'm actually reading in a few different chats that it's just our little evaluation bar next to the board. And I can also sort of see on our stream, the evaluation bar that we have there actually does says +1. And some people in different chats are saying +1 as well. So yeah, of course, we always think that you shouldn't put too much thought into exactly what the evaluation bar is saying. But as we also said, it does seem like White is definitely the one in the driver's seat here, the one with the more pressure, the one with the initiative, and Black who has to hold on here. That does seem to be to be the case, no matter what the evaluation bar might say.
And this brings the question about overextension, because yesterday Grigory Oparin lost quite a similar game with this h5, h4, h3, pushed very far, which seemed to be very active, but it backfired. And here the pawn on d3, it feels very active, but after knight e4 takes f3, e4, white is clearly charging. The question is, what was the alternative really? I mean, I don't know. Was it queen d6? Although, Ellen, you already found the refutation for that. If that was a refutation, this bishop b2 and what was it, rook c1 idea, right, against my idea of c5, or maybe he had to suffer this position. d takes, allow the dark square bishop land on b2. But you know, Ellen, I have to confess, I believe that. In the professional circuit, everybody suffers from the same fate. Is that professional players mostly, they're the biggest experts when you have to choose between the best move, right? Because you can easily choose. I mean, this looks good, this looks great, this you feel this is right, and you have great mood when you're choosing this. But sometimes you're getting a position like this when nothing is good, right? And you're just looking at this, and nothing really makes it exciting. And you're just looking and looking and looking, and it's very difficult to remain objective at this moment. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think many players in the circuit, they a bit lose their objectiveness at this point, and they're still trying to play active. They're still trying to be practical, but when you are facing, let's say, a lesser evil, you have to choose the lesser evil. It's either this is bad, this is terrible, this is just passive, this I don't like. So which one do you choose, right?
You know, I know this feeling so well. I've had so many positions where I've just been like, there are no moves in this position that I want to make, but you can't just sit there and think forever. So, you know, eventually you're going to drag out time a little bit, think about other things, but you know, you have to make a decision at some point. So, you know, you just close your eyes and you hope for the best, pretty much. And I think it was a very strategically difficult position for Yesipenko. I do like that he played d3, because from what we looked at, it didn't seem like it was very easy to develop or to get a decent position with other moves. But at least here he's trying for something. And like this knight e4 move and bishop takes e4, it's not like there's a good chance that he didn't even like think about this this bishop takes e4, because it's quite a controversial kind of trade, giving away the light squared bishop in front of the king.
No, I think actually he expected it to some point. I mean, it cannot be like for Yesipenko, this was a surprise. Maybe he simply didn't see any other choice. I think so. I mean, I think he knows this idea of takes f3, try to activate the dark square bishop, but maybe he simply didn't see any other way. How do you activate this light square bishop? Because we mentioned before, you want to play bishop e6, d5, but how do you do it, right? Easier said than done. Look at Nakamura's move. He plays rook c4. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I like it.
That's so nice.
The rook can come to d4.
Maybe can I lift it to h4 somehow?
I also, like earlier when you mentioned g4 and g5, those ideas are also really coming to life with the rook and the attack also.
Yeah, so maybe from a practical point, it's not much, but this is. I would say that Hikaru is a big favorite in this game. Maybe I'm overestimating, but I think Hikaru looks really, really good to take down his younger opponent. And yeah, okay. I think again we have to move on. Let's not forget about other games. There's still this craziness of Rapport and Fedoseev and Ellen. Before we switch, what do you think is Fedoseev's knight?
Where Fedoseev's knight is?
Yep.
The knight which was on
b3.
If it's on A1, I'm gonna be so happy. Please tell me that it's on A1.
It's on C1, unfortunately. It's still very interesting way to. Wait, what is this? Wait, this is a complete mess. I don't understand this. Just a second. Why is missing a piece?
I was hoping for A1 though. I'm not gonna lie.
There was a question in the chat. I remember earlier. And dear viewers, we are watching you. What you're saying in the chat. I mean, maybe we are not responding always. We are reading. We are reading what you're saying there from time to time. Thank you for the good vibes. But there was a question in the chat earlier. Why not take rook takes on d6? And I slightly guessed. Probably it's something like takes, and rook a1 check. And this actually happened. Rook d1, this happened on the board. I was suggesting that it's going to be something like rook a4. This I still remember. But Filosev played the more logical move, rook a8, bishop e2, and now, Ellen, you're going to like this, knight c1.
I love to see it. That is a dancing knight.
Dancing knight. So you could
not quite a dancing queen, but we're still getting there.
You could play knight e3, right? Takes, yum, and that's a rook. So you cannot do that. This knight c1 is a very annoying practical resource. So Rapport here played knight g4, rook a2. Unbelievable. Now check this out. This is getting quite serious. Knight f6, and Rapport instead sacrificed a piece. Oh my goodness. Rook e2, king g3, rook c2. So we have this position, and this is a complete mess because it's not even clear who is going for the checkmate. It could be white, could be black, because I want to play e5, rook e8, either rook e8 or rook g8 checkmate. Black also is thinking about knight e2 check. So how do we play here? Maybe e5, right? e5. This is
there some knight e2 check?
Right. Knight e2 check. I'm gonna play. Oh wait, king h4 drops a pawn. Maybe.
But okay, king h. No. Yeah, because king h3, knight f4, king g4.
4. Wait, are you not afraid?
Yeah, king g4.
You're not afraid. Okay, that answers.
No, I'm not afraid to go king g4.
I figured. Yeah. Wait, and this is just a checkmate threat.
The rook on a1, the knight on f4. So king h3 seems to be a fine move after knight e2 check.
So the point is, knight g2, we just have to show it over board. This is a mate, right? And this is also a mate. So this e5 move feels very natural. I'm not even. Wait. Oh my goodness. What did he? Oh my goodness. What did he play there?
King h4.
Yeah.
No.
What is? What is king h4?
Don't tell me that he'll go king h5. King takes h6.
Wow. I mean, how do you make such a move? Because it's not even under my radar. I'm just looking at something like e5, and maybe there's a very good reason that e5 is not working, but
what's the point?
But where is it? Where's the reason? Wait, why not play e5? Maybe there's no checkmate, no? I mean, maybe there's something like a bishop c6, and the rook e8 check is going to be king e7, and then after b5.
And then rook c8.
Wait, there's also rook c8. Wait, you mean here? Check?
Yeah, rook d8, king e7, rook c8.
Could be rook takes on c4.
Yeah, okay, so b5? No. b5 after bishop c6 on move 1.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. So maybe there's b5, or maybe there's something.
And the funny thing is, no, wait, I think I know. No, I don't know. I thought it was very funny. In that line with bishop c6 and b5.
Which one? Bishop c6.
Yeah, e5. You went e5.
Bishop c6, b5.
Yeah, and then if bishop e8, then still rook d8, knight e2. The king moves to h3, rook takes h1, and then it's still a mate.
It's still a mate.
So even though you win an exchange, you can't do this.
There could be something like this, though. Oh my goodness, this is so tactical. This is so tricky. I mean, of course, for the engines.
H5.
What?
H5.
H5.
King G.
And I just take, no?
And then I take on H1. Can I run to H6 now?
Okay, I can be very creative, really. King G5.
And then I take on G2 with check.
And I go here.
And rook G6. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I don't.
Rook G7.
I couldn't do this.
Yeah.
I couldn't do this. My point, really. Okay, this is not Navarro's game against.
No, but I think that could be a reason why he's playing King H4. He's running out of all of these knight E2 checks ever. So though he cannot play E5 because C4 is hanging with check, but still, I love this way of thinking. King H4, he has ideas of bringing in the king. And at some point, maybe he can play E5 and there will be some checkmates. And because there is the knight E2 check and all sorts of weird stuff, then it works out. I think this is a very funny way of thinking.
I think so far.
Typical report, no?
Most exciting game so far in this round. I mean, Rapport never makes it boring, and FIDE is also a very principled player. So it's a great mix when you can get these between each other. Maybe add Dubov in the mix and... you get something like this. We love this. I mean, I love this to get something like this. It's not a boring Berlin draw or something. Very exciting to watch also for us. Yeah, but okay. Now the question, of course, is Ellen. What do you play here?
So King E7. There's knight G8 check. If I was thinking of trying to get out of any of those checkmating patterns. And so let's say if I go and King G7, there's knight E8, knight D6, which could be annoying.
If you're gonna play E5, right? It's not even clear if you're gonna do this. Wait. You're gonna do this. Yes, there's gonna be bishop D5. Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
There's bishop D5. Okay, you're gonna do that. So what do you say? I'm sorry. So King E7.
Yeah, and knight G8. Well, at least I think knight G8. And if King G7 instead of King E7.
All right.
Then knight E8 to D6 could be very annoying. So maybe we're just leaving the king on F8 for the time being and try to get out of some of all of these annoying things. Wait, I didn't even notice we're down a piece.
Yeah, he's down a piece.
What?
Yeah, he's down a piece. He sacrificed it. Right here. I'm sorry, not Dubov. FIDE was very creative, and Rapport just sacrificed a piece just like that. There you go. You can have it. And the king goes far away. I mean, you just have to appreciate it. Start with this. Do you see the direction which Rapport's king is taking? King F2, King J3, King H4. This is the immortal king walk.
Immortal king walk. No. The immortal king walk is Shirov against...
You mean Nigel Short against Tiemann?
Short against Tiemann. Yes, thank you. From 1991 in Tilburg. That is the only immortal king walk there ever is. But I love King H4.
I like this. I mean, there's a good chance, Ellen, that this game is going to finish. I don't want to jinx it because I would like to see the decisive result here, but it could be something like King G7, knight H5 check. You cannot go here. The rook could cause you some problems. I have no idea if there's any problems really, but you have to go back. You go knight F6 and King E7 is knight G8. It could be just a draw.
Yeah. Well, I do also see that the engine bar on the stream is a little bit more actually for White's side here. And I could imagine with a move like King H4 that Rapport is looking to play something very nice. And also we have to say that time is going low for the players. They are on move 26, still 14 more moves to play. And I think this is a general thing in this round. People are going very, very low on time. Grishuk with 5 minutes left. Yeah, many of the players, also the Shirov Dominguez game, they're both playing with 20 and 15 minutes. And in the report video, yeah, they are playing with low time. Everyone are playing with such low time. I think we're in for some time trouble maniac stuff. And MHM in the chat, I sent your question to the Chess24, yes. And Wojciech's points add up to Wojciech and Lirenz to Lirenz. Currently, they are set to play only one event, so their chances of qualifying are only theoretical. But they're not sure what happens if somebody drops out from a tournament in which Wojciech or Ding are not playing. So there are some different rules to this, and I hope that was question enough.
I think at the moment, replacements have been nominated for only one Grand Prix, right? Not the entire series, but still there's quite a lot of uncertainty. We are feeling very much sorry for Ding Liren, of course. We also would love to see him here, but I understand there are some problems with visa. They couldn't get it done, and unfortunately, he's not here. So I think it actually has to do something with the general policy of how China is the Chinese citizens that traveling all the world and back. So there could be some issues with this. So I don't really know the details, but of course, for the Grand Prix, this is a huge loss. And I think probably Ding is the most the unluckiest top player. I think it was tweeted by Nakamura or somebody. I don't remember.
No, I also think it's terrible. I would definitely have loved to see Ding in the candidates. When he's on fire, you just, it's so hard, really. He's such a great player, and yeah, it's a great shame. We can hope that some miracle will happen and that he's still in it for a shot. But I looked at some of the percentages and calculations, and from what I saw, it seems like he's only 0.2% to qualify, and 0.2, it's pretty much non-existing. Yeah,
right. That's very low. All right, there's a suggestion in the chat to play rook takes on c4. I just had a look at this move. Yeah, this looks really reasonable. Stop to e5, take the pawn for free, pawn grabbers anonymous, again working.
Of course, the greatest society in this world.
Can I make the next move, please?
You want to play king h5, right?
I do want to play.
I could just tell.
I mean, I did say this is the king march. I mean, the last moves, you're seeing this, right? Oh wait, king h4, rook takes on c4, king h5. I could take the pawn on h6 and deliver the checkmate or something, no? that would be quite something.
You can take the pawn on h6 and play king g5, and you still have the exact same mating ideas as before, with the pawn on e5 instead.
That's quite incredible. A lot of thinking outside of the box by these two amazing players, Raporta and Fedoseev. They don't disappoint, and they're putting quite a show. But of course, we still need to move on, and there's other games happening. In the meantime, we haven't seen for a while the game of Shirov against Lenier Dominguez.
Exactly the game I wanted.
Right, and the hostilities seem to be slightly over.
So we left it after h3, and you were pointing out that he was probably choosing between bishop e6 and bishop d7. I very much like bishop e6 just for the fact that it's not in the way of the queen. So the queen has an open d file, and that sometimes that can just make a really huge difference. And of course, you cannot take on e5 because the queen is hanging on d2. So g4, Shirov style, fire on board, and knight takes e4, though trading a few pieces, but this is still complete madness. Queen d3 and queen a5, just bringing all the pieces into the game. This is insane. I don't know what to say.
I'm just fast forwarding, really. It will take something like half an hour to explain this. I'm just showing you what's the current position. Takes, knight b5. The game is still super sharp. There could be knight c3, knight a3 ideas. It's not even clear who is attacking here. Is it white or black? Because I guess both, right? Both are attacking, or at least making them look like they're attacking.
I like the bishop on b2. That makes a great impression on me.
Well, I think it's going to be gone. And wow, queen takes on b7. Pawn grabbers?
This is the round of the pawn grabbers anonymous. I'm saying. This is the round of the pawns. They're shooting pawns left and right. They're taking them. They're sacrificing them to develop. This is insane. Queen takes b7.
Imagine yourself. Maybe they're seated next to each other, Shirov and Wojtaszek. And Shirov goes by, looks at Wojtaszek's position. Wait, he's taking these pawns. He's taking these pawns. Why can't
maybe I should too?
Like, I could take the pawn on b7. But, I'm not even sure if this is such a bad move, because it comes together with f takes on g6. Something is hanging on f7. Knight e6 was almost instantly replied by Dominguez. I see the idea
almost instantly
to defend the pawn, but
and maybe some knight e4 to d2 if white is not careful where they place the queen.
But it's a very defensive move. I'm not like it on the intuition level. It's very, go back. You wanted to go something like knight a3 and knight c3, and so suddenly it's something like knight d6 and go back the same idea. It looks very.
But I guess just concretely it doesn't work. No, knight a3, bishop takes a3. Because you'd love to play this, but since f takes g6 is probably a threat, then...
Yeah, let's check this out. I mean, knight c3. You started, Ellen, to mention that you have this beautiful knight, a bishop on b2, and I was about to say your precious bishop is about to get traded, and then Shirov took the pawn on b7. I didn't get to finish my sentence. So takes.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's a really great defensive piece, because for the moment... like the pawn on e5 was blocking it, so it couldn't be used much in attack. But simply by the fact that it was there, the white king was so much safer.
But is this position even so clear? Because I want to play bishop g7 and e4. There could be some problems.
So let's say give a check.
Just one check, right?
It is just one check.
Just one check. I mean, I'm just trying to understand why.
How about queen d5? Though.
Takes. I'm sorry, takes. What did we say? Takes.
And then queen d5 instead.
Okay, king h8.
Yeah, and rook h to f2. Okay, but we have even more madness on the board. There is an e4 move played, not only in the position that we're seeing, but also in the live position. Queen f3, e4 blitzed out.
And maybe this is fine, but I don't like it. I tell you honestly, I don't like it. I just don't see what exactly black achieves with this. So he plays knight e6. He gave up a pawn. Queen f3, e4. Okay, this is an active pawn, but I'm going to play, let's say, something like what am I going to play, Alan? Help me.
I don't know. I'm scared. Queen e2.
Queen e2. Okay, queen e2.
Yeah.
And the queen's on.
But the knight on g1 is terrible, though.
Maybe there's e3, knight e4.
Oh. Knight on e1 is also terrible.
And sure plays queen d1.
Yeah. Then at least the knight is able to go from g1 to e2. There's queen d4 ideas. Yeah, this must be a much better option. Though I can also see that the engine bar is swinging back and forth. I have no clue.
Yeah, this is such a mess. And I see that engines don't like queen d1. We are not seeing the exact continuations. It's a very human move, right? It's a very human move because you want to play queen d4, knight e2, and engines sometimes they're just let's just put it this way, they're thinking at a different level. So maybe engine says it's queen h1 and it's +1. Yeah.
Queen H1, that would have been amazing.
You don't even understand the idea why this is necessary, and engine says, no, everything's good. I mean, this is not how humans think, right? We're looking for some kind of human move, some clarity, and Queen D4 looks very natural. I like this move, actually.
No, I do well. I do as well. Though I'm seeing a few different places. Oh, goodness.
What?
I just saw that the engine bar in this game just switched dramatically, so I don't know what happened. But okay, they're saying a lot about Yesipenko blundering and Nakamura having an incredible position, probably just winning.
All right. There are still so many games we haven't properly seen yet. I mean, you have to excuse us. We're doing the best we can here, but we simply cannot jump from one game to next game to next game to next game. We're already sort of doing this, but we have to stick to one game and then slightly analyze it, move further and further. So sometimes we unfortunately cannot always follow every single move of your favorite player, but we're trying the best we can. So. Yes. So what happened here? Whoa! He dropped the pawn on c7. Oh, wow.
Oh, goodness.
Wait, he didn't drop. That's a b5. That's a sacrifice. No. He didn't drop anything.
Well, he must have missed b5, no? You don't allow this rook takes c7. That seems insane to me.
Yeah, but how do you stop it? Because b5 is rook takes on c7. This is already serious threat. The position is not nice. Queen e6, b5, beautiful idea. Rook e4 trade, rook c7.
You just have no sort of counterplay in this position whatsoever.
All right.
Soon bishop takes f6 is just going to be a threat if you move the queen too far away. Like queen e8, I think bishop takes f6 might just be working.
Yeah, but there's no way you can keep this bishop. Sorry, what did you say against rook d7? Was there something?
How about bishop takes?
Wait, what? No, it doesn't work.
It's
a lovely idea, but the rook is protected.
Yeah, the rook is protected by the bishop.
Very nice idea, by the way, but doesn't work. Give a check, g8, king, and...
How about?
These positions don't hold. This is the type position which doesn't hold. I mean, maybe on
that was what I was thinking. I just don't see how you can see this position from afar and then think that the pawn on b3, on the pawn on d3, and the double pawns on the b file, the active white pieces, the ideas of bishop takes f6 in the position, how you can go for this when you could try to hold on for just a little bit longer, trying to defend the c7 pawn one more time, maybe.
All right. So far, Hikaru is dominating this game. I mean, this is quite obvious. It already started with a very interesting new idea. We have to go back to the opening phase here. Bishop c5. Yesipenko played what I'm recommending. I mean, it's not my idea, but I'm recommending this continuation by Grishuk in my chessable course, Reverse Sicilian. Queen c2 is a very rare move, which I think cannot really be a refutation of the system, but rather than Hikaru prepared something specific for just one game. And after 94, somehow Yesipenko played it a bit passive. And you know, Ellen, I start to think, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe his problem started with move bishop b6.
No, I think you're right.
So this bishop b2, e3, opening this dark square bishop, this is where his problem started. And maybe, just maybe, he could have done something like, let's say, rook e8 first, b4, bishop f8, and only then play knight e4. But, you know, this would be a different game, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really would. I think, I actually think that's, because sometimes when you go through your games, well, when you get better at chess, when you're at a high level and you go through your games and try to find out where you make a mistake, the better you get, the less obvious the mistakes can seem, especially on the high level. And I think it's very nice of you to point out this bishop b6, and this was maybe where the problem started, even though it might not be so obvious that this was the exact place that it went wrong, but it could be the entire mentality behind going bishop b6. It could be a less favorable pawn structure when going bishop b6. It could be like a very, very deep understanding that you're not supposed to play this move. And I think you could be very right, because this e3 move, just trying to open up for the bishop to go from c1 to b2, it seemed very, very tough for Black to find out how to exactly deal with this position.
Right. I mean, Ella, maybe you're probably completely right. And maybe this is simply a strategic mistake, or Engine is going to find a very computer-like way to hold this for Black. I mean, it could be possible. Maybe the c5, queen d6 somehow works. But whatever Yesipenko did here, it clearly didn't work, because Nakamura came up with this bishop takes an e4 f3 idea, very nice way to activate the dark square bishop. And ever since, Yesipenko's position is, I have a feeling, in a free fall. So here after rook c7, he's thinking, can he play rook d7? But I already said, normally in practical games, these positions don't even hold, right? So even let's say rook d7, of course, Hikaru is not going to trade. He's going to either give a check, and maybe there's some tactics, or maybe just go back, something like rook c1, g4, g5, or switch e4, queen e3. This bishop on b2 is a monster.
And, you know, I just keep coming back to, and I keep thinking about this g4, g5 idea that you mentioned earlier in the beginning of the broadcast. And it's just one of those ideas that really make you smile, because often, or all the time, I pretty much tell my students, do not push the pawns in front of your king. But this hook on f6 combined with the bishop on p2, the great activity of the white pieces, the lack of scope from the bishop on b5, it's just, I just think it's a beautiful idea, really.
Right, Grob lives, right?
Yes, the Grob lives once again.
Yeah, he lives. The ideas of g4, g5, they are sometimes working. It's not so bad. There's still hope for us, all the Grob fans. Okay, I'm reading the chat, and there was a mention that there's a lot of action going in other games as well. You know, I cannot even choose, because I see there's some craziness happening in Bakro against Grisha.
Yes, please. Also the report game.
Okay, no. There is some craziness in report against Fedoseev.
I just see that Grisha has 1 minute, but let me check the times in the other game. Yeah, they have a little bit more time. So Grisha has 1 minute. Okay, but this, I mean, g4 threatening.
It's a mate threat. Rook g8, knight f6.
Oh, that's a beautiful mate, though.
He's down a piece still. I mean, we left it here. King h4, king g7, knight h5, and Fedoseev went king g6 here. A rook a8, rook d1. It's like, okay, listen, I'm just playing down a piece. I have a positional compensation.
Bishop e4. Oh, that's very nice, because of course, if you play f takes e4, then after rook takes e4, the knight on h5 will lack defense, as the king has to move from the check. But instead, g4, completely ignoring the hanging bishop, threatening to take it, protecting the knight, and threatening a checkmate, where Black has to figure out what to do.
Ellen, you're going to love this move as well.
Oh my goodness, I was just thinking about f5, and I was like, maybe white should then take the bishop, but then you're down a few pawns. But rook d7 with a mate threat on g7. No, this is insane.
Right, and
this is so Rapport-like.
They already played this, and clearly Rapport has tricked Fedoseev. So I think you simply psychologically knock down your opponent, because imagine yourself how you're feeling if you're Fedoseev. I mean, you play this insane idea with knight b3, rook a1, rook a8, knight c1, and you're the guy, right, who is calling the shots here. And then suddenly your opponent says, listen, buddy, I'm not born yesterday here. I'm going to play knight f6, king f2, king g3, king h4. And this knight on c1 suddenly is trapped. And you're like, wait, what is happening here, right? Because I was the one who was trying to do something here, and it's my opponent who is tricking me here? And wow, I mean, I'm just absolutely stunned. And here already, it's quite clear that it's Rapport who has much better chances, because the pawn on e4 cannot be taken. There's a fork. The mate threats, they're still there. He has more active pieces. And this knight on c1, well, it's kind of still there.
Arturs, I'm just going to say it once again. You don't need pieces. You just need counterplay. And the counterplay in this game was just insane. The king walk, I'm completely in love. Honestly, this is insane. This is the kind of chess I love.
So far, this is the game of the round, I think. But of course, there's going to be very serious candidates because Shirov's game against Dominguez is a complete mess. There's also the crazy endgame of Wojtaszek against Aronian. It seems to quiet down a little. Then we have a craziness in Bakrov's game against Greshuk. So very exciting round. Very exciting round. Who said that classical chess is dead? Right. So there you go. It can be very exciting. And I think we have to also thank a little to the new exciting format, right? Mm-hmm. Because you might remember how it was previously. For example, the previous cycle of the FIDE Grand Prix, they were just having the knockouts right away. There was a Grand Prix of I think it was more or less the same system. I think it was 4 Grand Prix. Everybody was playing in 3 rounds. And there was immediately the knockout. First game, second round, knockout. And if you arrived to a Grand Prix, you could just, let's say, play 2 games, and that's it, you're out immediately. And this time it's going to be much more fun because there's the group tournament system. They're playing the double round tournaments, and already perhaps with the inclusion of the Sofia rule, not making early draws earlier than 30 moves, we are seeing so much action like never.
But maybe one of the reasons could also be that they are playing in Berlin. So, you know, the kind of Berlin effect we know from all the Berlin draws, it just completely cancels out when you are in Berlin. When you're experiencing the city, you might just get completely inspired. I know that I've been some places where just the surroundings and just the professionalism and the culture and everything of the entire thing has just inspired me and made me want to play better chess. But surely also this fact that to qualify for the next step, they actually have to win. And there are only 4 players in each pool, which means that they have to do so much better against their opponents, and they have to make sure that they don't get the points. So it's I completely agree with you. A great format. We also see some people in the chats giving some shout outs to the format. It's very nice. Where is Peter Svitler? Svitler is not here today, unfortunately. But don't worry, we got your back, and there's certainly exciting chess on the board.
We're doing our best to fit his and Jan's big shoes really here. All right, and I'm seeing there was a positional piece sacrifice in the game of Etienne Bakrov against Alexander Greshuk. So let's get over to that game. It very quickly simplified. So here we left it after, what was it? 9g4. Things are heating up here. Rook f8, draw? No, sir. I'm going to play d5. I'm going to play for the win.
And that pawn is, you mentioned this d5 move earlier, how it was a definite idea for white. We should maybe also say that these ways of opening up the position, they're also very typical for positions where one side has an isolated queen's pawn, because what we see here is that with the pawn on d4, white is the one with more space, white is the one with better pieces, better piece placement. Black is so behind in development. The position is so cramped. So by playing d5, by opening up for the position, we clearly see that it's white's pieces who are so much better prepared for this than black's pieces here.
Right. So white is very much ready to start the kingside attack. h5 here, Grishuk already is, I don't want to use the move panicking, but h5, it's a bit grasping here. Very risky approach, f6. Oh my goodness, this could backfire very quickly, making so many weaknesses. Clearly, Grishuk is not happy with what he has. And check out this move, d6. Positional piece sacrifice was on the board. And here, Grishuk accepted it, d7.
And it seems that it's not a piece sacrifice anyway, but maybe a pawn sacrifice.
Well, it was maybe just a temporary piece sacrifice. And what happened here takes...
But insane calculations, no? Just even considering the move d6, I think is it's not obvious at least.
It's not very obvious, but it's a lovely idea. So White, with all of the this very nice little combination, is sacrificing a pawn and making the bishop on g7, rook look really, really sad. So we have this position, queen c8. White can even probably take on c8, play knight e4, and torture his opponent for whatever it takes, right? This is such a lovely square for the knight, and Grishuk is just asking for the opportunity to play e4 to bring the bishop back in the game, maybe even if it will cost a pawn. So knight e4.
I think what you're saying is very nice. There's a comment in the Chess24 chat about queen c6 followed by knight e4 could be an idea. So, for example, if White plays queen c6 here, now Black would love to play e4 as you mentioned, but let's try to look at it in this position, because I'm wondering if White just takes it, for example, with the knight, and there are ideas of knight g5. This just, rook b1, for example, followed by knight g5, or knight g5 immediately, because bishop a1, rook takes e6, I don't know. At least it's insane, and it's definitely White in the driver's seat. He also did play queen c6, so someone in the Chess24 chat thinking a little bit like Bacro here. And rook f7 is splits out by Grishuk, deciding to not go for e4, but perhaps sit more tight,
I think that he wants to play queen e8 next. He needs to get rid of the queens, and rook f7 defends the pawn on c7. Otherwise, after queen e8, keeping the position intact, White is still pressing. There's no doubt that Grishuk knows. He knows he's in trouble. There is no surprise for him. He is not a big fan of the extra pawn on e5. He would actually love to see it being gone so that the bishop is able to activate and attack the squares on c3 and b2, but sometimes you simply don't have a choice. So I think Ellen, he actually saw some of these ideas. e4, knight e4, bishop b2, knight g5, and being such a very skilled, experienced and practical player as Alexander Grishuk, you try to not to make huge decisions in time trouble, right? This comes with experience, and okay, he knows that he's definitely suffering, but at least he's not going to risk by falling under some very beautiful tactics in time trouble.
And Arturs, I don't know if you know this concept of playing helicopter chess. Have you heard of this before?
No, what is that?
Helicopter chess is pretty much that you go down, you grab your piece, you lift it up, and you can put it anywhere on the board. And this is a very good way to try to visualize where you want your pieces to be in the future. And I think if White could play helicopter chess right here, that knight on c3, it looks incredible on g5. Luckily, it's very easy to find a good route for it to go there. But let's also talk about that rook on a1, because the rook on a1 is pretty much the only piece in this position that White hasn't really done anything with. The queen on c6 is active, the rook on e1 is active, the knight on c3 has a very easy way to get into the game. And the rook on e1, he did play rook a to d1 after rook f7, because this is something that very strong players, they do all the time. They ask themselves, which is my worst piece? Because if you have a piece which is not playing in the game, you're pretty much playing down that piece. So I really like the fact that he played rook a to d1. I was thinking that rook a3 might sometimes be an idea to try to swing it across to g3, because I used my helicopter method. I saw that the rook might be very nice on g3, but just rook a to d1 is very nice also. And after queen e8, he took the decision that he did not want to trade queens, because Black's king is simply just way more weak than White's here. And when your opponent has a weak king, you want to keep those queens on the board because the queen is such a great attacking piece.
And check how Bakro is immediately trying to apply pressure to Grishuk. Now, this is what I usually teach to my students. You play in series of moves. So he was expecting that his opponent is going to play Queen E8. I'm not judging if these are the best moves, these are the worst moves, but he clearly anticipated Grishuk playing Rook F4, and he immediately responds with Queen B7. The opponent C7 is under attack. Grishuk already is in huge time trouble. He needs to be making the decisions here very, very quickly. Of course, the question is what happens after Queen C8? I mean, I don't know.
Oh, Queen C8, you say?
Queen C8 and Queen C6.
How is...
But
then Queen E... and then Queen E8 again, the C7 pawn is hanging.
Right, but there could be some Rook D4 ideas, you know?
And Knight E4?
Knight E4.
Also taking, yeah.
And now
it's tough to see how Black is going to move, but Grishuk, of course, way down on the clock. Queen B6.
Yeah, Queen B6, Rook takes on C2. There could be ways how Black can try to activate. I saw the bar didn't like this Rook F4. I mean, to be honest, this Queen E4, it's a bit weird because you want to have the knight on E4 and not the queen. But there must be a specific reason why Bakro chose this, and why not, for example, Queen C4. But I think we have to mention this position is that Bakro, of course, sees he can go for this endgame, but he would like to try his chance while his opponent is in time trouble and try to extract more, because I think with the precise defense, Black is holding this. It's very pleasant, but the question ultimately is, can you beat a Grishuk Libre player here? Probably it's not enough, and that's why Bakro is trying to keep the queens on the board, have more possibilities for his opponent in time trouble to make a mistake. And there you go, Rook C4. Wow.
Perhaps just protecting the pawn on C7, preparing Queen C6 that you're showing to really try to trade off these queens, because the Black king is so weak. I also see many comments about the Nakamura game, how he found an incredible bishop takes f6, but I think that since these players, they have 16 moves to make, no time on the clock, let's probably just stay here for a little bit, because we're for sure going to see some madness and some very, very nice move.
But the trick that Nakamura played, somebody mentioned in the chat, by the way, earlier.
Yeah, they mentioned it way earlier, and it was such a nice move. It seems that he is just completely crushing in this position. They just went into a queen endgame, and they are much closer to the time control.
Right. Right.
So yeah.
So Queen F3, very, very critical game. So we are going to stick to this game. I'm going to very quickly check based on what is happening in other games. Nakamura has extra pawn in a queen's endgame, and I cannot tell how much time he has.
It's 6 minutes against 6 minutes, as far as I know, for 7 moves.
Wojtaszek's position looks to be drawn. Despite the fact he has an extra pawn in the rook endgame, I don't see how he can try to win.
Oh no, he threw it away? It seemed like
or maybe his opponent was reactive, you never know. Maybe it was not Radoslav. And FIDE safe against with Black against Richard Rapport. Richard is clearly pushing for the win. Of course, we cannot show you all the games at the moment. The game of Sheriff against Dominguez. Dominguez clearly is in driving seat, so it appears to be he's the one who is attacking, and he has a powerful dark square bishop, probably also a time scramble. And unfortunately, the game we haven't really followed so much between Pentala and Krishna against Wesley. So they have entered the rook endgame. Wesley has sacrificed his pawn on d5, you might remember, but he's very active in the rook endgame, so there's also a great chance that he's going to keep the game to a draw. So let's just follow this one, right?
Yeah, let's do that. This seems to be the game. Rook Rook d8 was played. It's clear that Grishuk is trying to relieve some of the tension in the position, which is also very normal when you're down on time. You want things to clarify so that you're sure that you don't make any kind of obvious mistakes. One thing I will mention, this might seem a little bit weird, but white does not have any heir for the king. So please, let's just not get back rank mated. Sometimes asking yourself questions which can seem a little bit weird, like, does my king have any luft or any space to move? It can really help you, because then you won't fall into these back ranked mates, for example.
Right. But I'm looking at this position, Ellen, and I have a feeling that Etienne missed. He misplayed it. It should be quite clear, because he was having this dominant position. I'm not even saying what was happening before. Maybe there was even something better. But so we had this position. He could just play the knight on e4 and keep pressing. So he played queen e4, queen b7. I think he simply missed the rook c4 idea, which is a very powerful idea.
I think it's such a nice move, though. I really like it, yeah.
And he missed this, so he had to go back, rook d8. This is not what he wanted. This is not why he went here. But still, the position is rather nice. But the big danger for Grishuk seems to be past. So Grishuk is holding the position. Things are not as bad as they seem to be. Still, White appears to be the one who wants to win the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree, and it's simply because of the bad pawn structure. Though white is down a pawn, the black pawn structure is terrible, but white definitely has a lot of compensation here.
Right.
The bishop on g7 is not very good.
Ellen, maybe we still do change one more game, because the big action at the moment is in Shirov's game against Dominguez. Everything else is more peaceful. So again, let me very quickly show to you what is happening in other games. This is Nakamura's game against Yesipenko. Nakamura is up a pawn in the queen endgame. Seems to be technically winning. You cannot really be sure, because maybe black can organize a pass pawn on the queen side. Maybe
queen endgames are terrible to play, because they're so tricky. They're really, really terrible.
Wojciech has finished in a draw against Apar, and unfortunately we didn't have much chance to follow this game, because there is so much action happening in other games. This game already is finished.
Though a shame for Wojciech, I would say, because it did seem like he was really in the driver's position earlier. But this is what happens when you go grabbing pawns. Probably Wojciech should apply for Pawn Grabbers Anonymous, because I thought that earlier in the game maybe he should have been keeping some more tension. I think that probably was some mentality.
Ellen, I keep hearing that addiction brings you no good.
Yes, true. Though my addiction for French, it does bring me many nice results. So I don't know. I'm not ready to say that addiction is not good just yet.
So this game between Rapport against Fedoseev, Rapport is clearly pushing and has maybe some interesting checkmate ideas.
I want to go king g5, yeah.
We are not done yet.
Just keep going.
This is Hare Krishna's game against Wesley. So black sacrificed the pawn a long time ago because of the active rook b4, g5 ideas. He has excellent chances to hold this to a draw. I think the great chance that this game is going to finish in a draw. And finally, we are moving on, probably the sharpest game at the moment, which is Sheriff against Dominguez. Dominguez is attacking, Sheriff is defending. What do you think is going to happen here?
Impossible to say. I'm looking for some ways in this position to try to get that rook on f1 away, play a move like rook f3 here, so that just if white takes, you have to be very careful of this queen a1 checkmate idea.
It's like right away, right?
Yeah, right away. So, and it's just a shame, because I was looking at rook f3. If rook d1, then I really wanted to go like rook d8, but it just doesn't work in any way, because the queen is attacking, the rook is attacking, it's with check even. It would be very nice to see if we could force that rook away from the first rank somehow, because the bishop and the queen are just so strong together.
Ellen, can I do this?
Oh my goodness. Are you serious?
Why not? I mean,
okay, I'll buy it. King takes, king a4.
Really? No, are you serious?
Oh wait, queen c6. That's a problem.
Yeah,
That's a problem.
it seems like queen b4 or queen b5. Now, what is this?
Because an important point is probably that king a2 fails to rook b2 check.
Yeah, of course.
So you're forced to go queen b4.
This I didn't show. Maybe this is what Dominguez is looking at right now. At this moment, he is looking at this idea of rook b3. It's so tempting. He can snatch the pawn. He can play rook f3. Clearly, this is the critical moment, and he plays rook b8.
Okay, so he's at least, now we know that he's threatening to take the pawn. Maybe he didn't like the variation with queen b4, as you were showing, thought it was perhaps a bit too much material to give. But now he has to threat.
But I think this is why they're 2750. And for example, that's why I'm not 2750. I mean, that's why only I'm below 2600.
Only reason, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because they're very practical. And when it comes to time troubles, they're not rushing with their decisions. So maybe if I was playing with black, I would be so tempted to play rook b3, play rook b8, and go for this beauty and whatnot. But they're very practical. And Dominguez, of course, he saw the idea of rook b3, rook b8. There's no way he missed that. He just wants to be as practical as possible, not help also his opponent, because this trade, rook b3, rook b8, queen b4, it also helps his opponent. So he's keeping the pressure, keeping the idea of sacrificing later. And the pawn on h3 is under attack. There's still rook f3. It's very, very practical choice.
It's also a very common problem that you're talking about. Oftentimes, people they can fall in love with moves. And when you fall in love with a move, it's just so difficult to play another move. And it's so easy to fall in love with a move like rook takes b3, but just trying to, be objective and not fall for these beauties, which sometimes they don't really work.
All right. Ellen, this actually reminds me, there's been a number of occasions I've rejected myself, very beautiful combination, as if I feel it's not the best, right? So, I mean, we're not only chess players, we're also artists, right? And sometimes we want to create something, we want to play something beautiful. And if there's a choice of, let's say, a very pragmatic move and a beautiful move, you want to create something. But if you see that this move, objectively, it's not very good, you cannot make it, right? I mean, even if you see it's a very beautiful move, maybe one of the best you've ever played, you cannot really play it if there's a direct refutation.
But you also know that you'll be so disappointed if it actually does work and you didn't play it.
Yeah. Engine mercilessly announces this is over. And after b5, the question is, what exactly did Sheriff miss? Is it bishop f8? So this b4, b5 is very... come and get me move.
Yeah, we do have a draw in the Wojciech Oparin game. So 3 games which finished a draw. You probably did say that earlier.
I mentioned it, yeah.
Yes, okay, great. Bishop f8 does attack the pawn on a3, but e3 instead. He's really looking to play rook d2, trying to checkmate on b2.
Ellen, there's going to be queen b2, I think. Check this out. Let me just make some random moves. c5.
Oh my goodness.
Rook d2.
Oh, no. You're going to play
queen
b2.
Queen b2.
Oof. And then after rook takes, the king is forced to go to a1. And rook takes...
First we make a windmill.
Yeah.
And then we maybe don't even take the queen, but even go for the checkmate. Oh my goodness, so pretty. But
it's almost too nice.
I even saw this before I suggested. So you're also supposed to see this from the white's perspective. I think it's rook d2, queen b2 idea, monster idea. How do you make this? Unbelievable.
Yeah, and Shirov, he has 1 minute to find a move here to try to keep the position together. But as we can see from the engine evaluation, it seems like there is none. Instead, he has to find some kind of practical move. I don't know if you ever consider a move like knight c3 here, which is hanging a piece. So no, you probably do not.
I would be totally panicking here.
I would too.
Totally
really
panicking
would too.
because I see these threats, and there's no secret. In time trouble, it's much easier to attack.
Rook
Because
FC1 is played. I don't know. I think we might see exactly what you said, and
Yeah,
then
but
maybe
Sheriff
a
sees
resigns
this.
after.
There's no way he's gonna miss this. There's no way he's gonna miss this. Rook d2 is on the board. Queen b2 is a check. I don't think Sheriff. There's
Queen
even the
b4?
slightest chance he's gonna miss this. Yeah, he has to play
Queen b4, rook takes c2.
Oh wait, there could be queen a1.
Oh my goodness.
He's playing on seconds already. Engine is announcing black is crushing white. What a crush so far. I mean, it started so sharp and it ended with fireworks. This time Sheriff is on the other side of the fireworks. It can happen. Queen b2. How do you meet queen b2?
I don't know.
King b3. So he's what? King b3, rook d3 check. This is going to be a checkmate.
So what did you say? King b4, bishop a3?
King a4, right? Is the only move.
Yeah.
So king a4. It feels like a checkmate to me.
It really does. It really does.
How do I checkmate? I mean, I'm not seeing it right away.
Can we play queen d6 or bishop f8?
Or
one
bishop
of those two.
F8. Yeah, that looks very serious. I'm not even sure. Okay, maybe queen d6, trying to go after the mate.
Yes.
d5
and rook. No. Let's see. Does rook takes a3 ever work?
Okay, let's scratch that.
Let's
Scratch
scratch
that. It's not going to happen.
No.
Rook c3 is on the board.
Yes. So, okay. I mean, I really think Shirov is finding some great practical tries here.
Mm-hmm. So rook c3. This should be a mate, no? Again, I mean, I'm announced it a couple of times. Takes. Where's the win?
Where is the win?
Where's
Queen
the win?
b2, king a4, bishop
Check
f8.
Here.
No, bishop f8 is not even a threat on a3.
Oh, it's not a threat.
No.
So queen d6 instead is played by Dominguez. Again, very practical choice. The threat is just to take the knight. By the way, very logical. Yeah. And rook d3 is going to be queen d3. And eventually this e-pawn is going to decide a game.
Yeah, it could just be the e-pawn, which is queening here. But if you're Shirov, what move do you make here to try to keep the game going?
I have no idea.
Because c5, queen d5, then the rook on c3 is going to be hanging.
He knows.
So-
He knows. He should be completely busted.
Yeah,
Already
of
when
course
he
he
started to
knows.
play b4, b5, this is panic, really?
Okay, queen b4. I'll try.
Queen b4. I'll just take the piece. It's just a piece, very practical.
And if I can't do anything with that
No,
c-pawn.
I don't think you could do anything. Queen e6 is the
Yeah.
final move, really. And there's no move, right? I just take. You cannot move it at knight. I just take on c3, at least an exchange. Everything is falling apart. Maybe he just resigned.
It could also just be a rook since the bishop is attacking c3. He took on a7. So with 10 seconds on the clock, Dominguez quickly just capturing that knight on e2. Also thinking that it should be enough with the knight. Though maybe we should say that if that pawn wasn't there on e3, I guess that white would have some counterplay with the b pawn or the c pawn, just a lot of pawns rolling down the board. But that e3 pawn could just be completely vital for the game.
Right. Rook takes on e2. I don't see this game continuing long, really.
No.
Maybe one check, two checks. And now black has an extra piece. The rook on c3 is under attack.
And just two more moves to the time control.
Maybe a check. Okay, maybe they could reach the second time control. Make sure that the opponent is not going to blunder anything, and then you simply resign.
And a draw on the back row Grishuk board, we see.
Shiro resigns. It's official.
Shiro resigns, and that's the first decisive win for today. I have to say, after this opening where Shirov in a position which Dominguez clearly knew took so much time. I mean, it was almost doomed because we knew from the beginning that it was going to be an insane game. And when you have so little time for an insane game, it's never easy. And really impressive win by Dominguez there. And also very happy that you bring this game, King G5. We've been looking forward to it for a long time.
This is by far from the remaining games, the most exciting one, because Grishuk made a draw against Bakro. Bakro missed a big chance. I have a feeling he was pressing. Nakamura, maybe I'll very quickly show to you. This is Nakamura's game against Yesipenko. He still has the extra pawn, very active queen. It really feels like technically it's the winning queen end game. Still, you need to show quite a bit of technique. What else is there? There is the game of...
I like G4 though. Just making sure that
I already closed that.
Oh, yeah. It was also not very important. This Rooken game,
this is going to be a draw, I think. And they reached already the second time control. G5 or something is incoming. I don't see how White can try to win this. This black rook is very active. So we really have to go back to Rapport against Fedoseev. And Rapport is going to take down one of the leaders. So it seems, because Fedoseev has 1 point from yesterday's amazing win against Aparin. And Rapport, how did he play? Yesterday he lost against Wojciech.
He did. So this is actually an incredibly important win for Rapport here, because not only did the game between Wojciech and Oparin end in a draw, meaning that Wojciech only will be a half point ahead of Rapport, because, you know, we say that they are playing 6 rounds, but 6 rounds isn't too much. It's something, but after 2 rounds, you don't want to be 1 point down or 1.5 point down. So a really important win for Rapport here if he's going to take it home.
I guess, Ellen, you're missing the good old times of the 60s and the 70s. They are right to a round-robin tournament, and they play 25 games, right? And the players are saying goodbye to their families for like 2 months. just to play in the tournament. They play a round robin of 25 rounds, 2 months, adjourn games. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, maybe 6 games is not enough, but there were some extremes in the past with so long round robin tournaments that I don't know. All right.
Yeah.
So King G5, it's actually an amazing move. There's a King H6, Rook B8 checkmate threat, but they have reached the second time control. So there's not going to be an action for at least 10 minutes.
Has all the players reached the second time control?
Let me check it. Let me check it.
Yeah, it seems like it.
So we have Nakamura game. It's well within the second time control. We have Rapport's game. It's in the second time control.
Yeah, and the Harry against So also.
And Harry against So. We have 3 more games. 3 more games going on. So I'll make a prediction. Hari Krishna against Wesley So. It's going to finish in a draw in a couple of moves. Because the black ones play G5, King takes, maybe just do nothing, like Rook B4. At this level, I think it's impossible to beat Wesley. So he's just so good, just so good in positional technical positions. And this game, I have a feeling that
it will end sooner rather than later.
Yeah. So, and also Nakamura is gonna finish. I think he's gonna wrap up the game. I think so. He should be able to win this because I'm looking at this position. I just don't see any plan what can black do except of sitting and waiting and praying for some kind of a perpetual check, right? So for white is just slowly push forward. This pawn is not going anywhere. The queen on c5 stands perfectly.
The queen on e8 is just tied down. It can't really move anywhere. And an extra pawn for Nakamura, it should be it should definitely be a technical win. I still suspect that Yesipenko will keep on fighting in this game, but as they have reached the second time control, there shouldn't be any conversion problems. There are no immediate checks to the white king, which I think might also just be able to walk into the black position at this point.
Right. All right. So I think now we're going to slightly more time. It's a good moment to remind you once again, dear viewers, that you can ask some questions in the chat. We are reading what you're saying there, by the way. I see there's some very fierce discussions. Thank you for watching. Anyway, we did mention already before that for this FIDE Grand Prix, Ellen and me, we're substituting Petra and Jan. There was already comment in the chat, those are big shoes to fill. We're doing our absolute best there we can do here. And we're very happy. We're very happy that we have the chance to follow these really exciting games today. So they don't disappoint.
No, definitely not. So of course, thank you to all of those who are watching. We are reading every single one of the chats, Twitch, YouTube, Chess24. It's great to see you. Arturs, how do you say that we go on a small break, since we have indeed...
I think so. This is a very good moment, because now action is slightly going to be slow. The second time control has started. We can maybe, I don't know which game we can... we are going to go in the break anyway. But okay, yes. After the break, after something like 5 minutes, Ellen and me, we are going to be back with the remaining 3 games here for the FIDE Grand Prix from Berlin, the very first stage, the first of the 3 tournaments, to find out the 2 missing players for the FIDE Candidates tournament. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and see you in a couple of minutes.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Up my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here to the second round of the FIDE Grand Prix, where we have two players who have the option, not the option, but the opportunity of qualifying to the FIDE candidates. It is a great event. So far, we've seen amazing chess, but of course, we also quickly have to mention that if you want to become a Chess24 premium member, you can use the code Grand Prix 2022 for 40% off on the Chess24 website. So please do not forget. This way, you will also support shows like these, which, well, I'm at least having fun. I hope you are too, Arturs. And of course, we hope that you are out there in the chats. We so far have 3 games left, as you can see on our screen right here. Just down below, we see a lot of draws, a win for Dominguez, and 3 games going. 2 great games for Nakamura and Rapport, and then one which does seem to turn into a draw. But let's take a deeper look, Arturs. Which game do you want to go to?
I have it on the screen, Nakamura against Yesipenko. So I guess we could try to stick to this game for a while. The clocks are not updated yet. I don't know what is the reason really, but they should have extra half an hour on the clock. A king, I guess the time is once it's gonna expire, they're gonna get extra time on the clock. King G7 is played on the board. I think this idea was meant to be able to activate the queen. Otherwise, something like Queen G7, Queen F8 is oopsie daisy, right? That's a checkmate. So you're going to do that. King G7 feels to be very natural. And now the question is how Nakamura is going to proceed. Yes. So I'm thinking he wants to trade queens, and instantly he played H4, G5, bring the option of trading the queens on the table, and then try to transpose the game to a queen's endgame. I like H4 very much.
Yeah, I was thinking, because how long do you keep on playing in a position like this? What do you think?
No, of course, I think Yesipenko has to fight. It's not like it's so completely dead lost. He knows, yeah, he's been outplayed. He was tricked. Maybe he's not remembering what he did in the opening phase, but he has to fight on. He has to keep fighting these chances. And I think he would love to play something like, I would love to get the queen to b3, queen to b3, maybe queen to b1, and push forward the pawn. b5, b4, b3. But how do you do that? I mean, it's easier said than done. And that's why this annoying queen on c5, it's so good. Because let's say if white is a bit careless and he plays, I don't know, for whatever reason, queen b6, queen d5, let's say g5, takes, maybe black can drop another pawn on b7 and focus on his counterplay, which might not be enough anyway, but you got to do something. Otherwise, g5 with a potential trade, maybe there's going to be an option to give a check, some odd side check or something, forcing the queen trade, and then it will be all over for Yesipenko.
Yeah, it does seem to me like he is very close to being in a Zugzwang, actually, because wherever you move the king, there could be some potential very annoying check. Your queen is tied down to the b5 pawn. Of course, as you said, you'd love to get the queen to b3, but you probably have to sacrifice a pawn or two in this quest. We also see Nakamura just right now having played h5. I wouldn't say that his intentions are clear, but I'm guessing that he wants to play g5 to trade that pawn and get his own pawn to h6. And if the white pawn gets to h6 with the queen invading, could be very, very difficult. Or maybe just resigns.
I think that's a brilliant idea, by the way. So indeed, the idea might be push something like h5, h6, maybe g5, expose the king, they have the h6. And if black plays h6 himself, there could be an option
f5.
Queen f5. Yeah. And this pawn endgame is piece of cake. I mean, you play king d3 here, d4, e4, d5. This is just easily winning. So there's no way Yesipenko can do this. And after queen f7, you can snatch another pawn on b5, and that's
even queen g6, yeah.
Yeah, even queen g6. Oh, yeah, right.
But maybe that's a bit more tricky because there's some f5 and with the pawns on the b file running. So keep it simple and taking.
Keep it simple. That's a very good point. Try to keep it simple. I like to move h5. I did suggest g5 myself earlier. Now that I look at this, it makes perfect sense. And the white keeps all the options open. He can play at some point d4, d5, but probably Nakamura just wants to push g5, still expose the king, and this position is not holding. So great game.
I have to say, I think h5 is close to resigns, because how are you really going to stop g5? Because if white gets to play g5, I think it's just over after h6.
It could be also difficult for black to make the move, right? You need to make physically a move. How do you move? So queen e8 drops the pawn. Queen c6 is a losing pawn endgame. This drops a pawn. What do you do? King h6?
Yeah. This was the only move that I could really think about to somehow stop. No.
Yeah, there's going to be more. No,
there's going to be more.
It's a Zugzwang almost. Maybe king f7 is the only move which doesn't drop anything on the spot. And now
And h6 though.
or g5. Why don't we keep with this idea to play g5? No?
Yeah, that's true. I was just thinking, well, okay, queen h3 is not really a check, but I was thinking some ideas with queen h5.
Queen.
After h6 instead, then we have ideas.
Oh, you mean h6 here? Yeah, but there's queen
no,
f5.
No, I mean after king f7, h6. White plays h6.
H5. You mean queen f7?
No.
Oh, I don't...
you played king f7 in this position.
Yeah.
And then you said g5, and I'm saying maybe h6.
Oh, you're seeing a mate. Okay.
Yes.
I finally got it. Okay. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe h6. By the way, with the idea to play queen f5.
Yeah.
Wow, that looks even better, you know.
So,
now he played king g8. You have to do something.
Simply out of moves. I think g5 will actually be played fairly quickly here. There shouldn't be any perpetuals after any queen takes h3. Yeah.
h6 also works. So this looks really great for Nakamura, and we can assume that he's going to win this. So
yes,
let's move on. Let's move on and check maybe if Rapport is going to be able to work it until the end.
And we do see the draw in Hare Krishna against Wesley. So actually a very educational and instructive rook endgame they have there, because they just agreed for the draw here. But I think it might be very good for us to explain why this endgame exactly ended in a draw.
Right. So we last left it here. I said that there's no way Wesley is going to lose this because he has a very active rook here on b5. On the contrary, the white rook is very passive. Plus, black has this idea to play g5, and this is actually what happened in the game. So, after x on g5, rook e5, king h4, king e7 was played by Wesley. I guess the idea is to rearrange the king to g7.
I really like g5, I just want to say. Because these pawns, they could have seemed very, very scary when you were sitting with the position here. But g5 really just breaks up white's pawn structure, creates weaknesses. This idea of king h4 to g5 that you're pointing out could be very difficult to deal with. So g5 just stopping all of this, making sure that black has some targets to attack. And this is a very good technique, of course.
Yeah, that's indeed a brilliant technique. So rook f3 stops king f8 because there's g6. Now black activates his pieces other way, and a4 we simply simplify the possession. Now the pawn on g4 falls. White cannot keep it protected because king f7 goes away. So this is how they played it. Textbook defense by Wesley. So
yeah, and they didn't even want to show rook takes g4 here. Right. On the board, even though that would have it's only in Title Tuesday or in bullet games that you see people playing games with rook against rook, I feel.
Yeah, but only also when you don't have an increment, right? When you have an increment, last time I checked, even Hikaru agreed to a draw.
Yes.
He's done it a couple of times without.
And here, the game of Rapport against Fedosseev, we have loved this king walk by Rapport, just going all the way from e1, f2, g3, h4, g5, h6. And this position seems to be great, but when we're white, we're up one pawn. How do we finish black off here?
I'll just show it maybe once again.
Yes, of course.
Where was this? It started here. So it was Fedosseev who was attacking. This is when Rapport started his immortal king walk. King goes away. It goes.
Sacrificing a piece even.
Yep. Sacrificing a piece.
G4, and, what a move.
Yep. And the king is going to go further.
And there it goes to h5.
And there it goes.
G5,
it's about to get
h6.
promoted, right? It only you wish you could promote a king. Of course, you could promote a king, but it's such a nice career for the king. King f7.
There is actually a chess variant called Racing Kings, where the purpose of the game is that if you get your king to the end of the board, to the last rank, then you do win the game. So,
I mean, I only play these chess variants where you have to position your king in one of the center.
King of the hill. Yeah.
King of the hill. Yeah, that's really exciting. So clearly, Rapport was dominating this part. in this game. Oh, okay, technically he didn't make it in the center, but he made so many advancing moves with the king. Another question is, how do you win this? How do you win this? Because g5 might not work right away. There could be some issues. Well, let's check.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That would be so unfortunate.
So maybe, I don't think that Rapport is really considering to trade the pawns just like that, because really well-educated people are taught that you are conquering the weaknesses. You don't trade them. You don't trade them. So the question is here for white, how do you win the pawn on f6? And I think there's a number of ways. And one of them, incidentally, involves pushing the king further.
And let's just quickly update it here. Nakamura did beat Yesipenko. The last move on the board, let me see if I can quickly find that, was indeed h6.
Let's just move it. Just a second. I'm going to find it. So Yesipenko decided, okay, this is enough. This is enough, because there's literally no moves. There's g5 threatening at some point for Hikaru. This is a piece of cake technique. Fantastic game. I mean, what can I say? He clearly outplayed his opponent based on his understanding in the opening phase. So I want to go back to this critical moment of this game when he played this, where was this, bishop takes on e4? Once again, right here. He gave up his very powerful light square bishop so that he can make a better bishop of this dark square bishop on b2, and then followed by some tricks with a weakness on c7, b5. Amazing idea.
b5, such a strong move.
Very
and
good.
I don't even think we got around to showing bishop takes f6, did we?
Oh, white. Yeah, we didn't show this. Check.
Oh,
Boom.
because this was brilliant. Bishop takes f6, what a move. The point here being, of course, that if black decides to take with the queen instead of the pawn on f6, then there would be queen takes f6, g takes f6, and the rook on d8 is hanging. So therefore, he was forced to take with the pawn on f6 here. And after queen g4, there is simply just no good move for
although it's
for
not
black
very
here.
clear to me immediately, because after king f8 I do see that there is the bishop on b4 is trapped, but I don't see right away what is happening here after king h8. There has to be something, right?
Yeah, what is this? Queen e4?
Maybe still queen b4.
Oh yeah, queen b4.
Wow.
That's so nice.
Wow. Okay, this is so nice. I mean, Nakamura saw this, of course. So it's still queen b4, and after king f7,
queen h5 also attacks the bishop.
Queen
on
h5.
d5.
Oh my goodness, this is so lovely. Such a lovely shot. So rare. So he shoots in the most defended square. Bishop f6, g takes, queen g4 check, this launching the king, and only then playing queen b4. And notice that right away queen b4 was not a good idea because of, maybe it's still by the way playable, but king f7 takes queen b5. Also,
now the king might be a little bit better on f7, but I mean, it's a very nice shot, and we were speaking a little bit about it, how this bishop on b2 was a monster, the pawn on f6 being a hook for the bishop and sacrificing it, seeing these variations, of course. Well done by Nakamura, and a very, very deserved win here.
Yeah, indeed. So we have just one game, right? If my calculation is correct, we have only one game. Rapport is having this position and against Fedoseev, so he didn't play king h7. I'm disappointed, to be honest. I want to play king h7 at h6 and knight g8.
Wow. to gain the pawn on f6, I see. That's a very clever maneuver. What happens after rook h2? Or maybe... Yeah, okay. I'm not even attacking the pawn, so...
Check. No, you are attacking something because I can play knight g8 now. Check here. Check. I go, I don't know, far away and h5. But maybe this e4 pawn is running somewhere.
Yeah, black also does have the e4 pawn. That is true.
So it's not really so simple. I wanted to play king h7 and complete the king's journey, but it will have to do with b5, rook b2.
The beauty in chess, yeah.
Yeah. Should be still somehow winning. Now, how do you get here? Maybe knight e6, knight e4? Can I do that? Check.
I also have to ask, if you just try to promote the pawn.
Which one?
The b pawn,
the
rook b8, for example. Knight d5 or?
Yeah.
Maybe knight d5.
Knight d5 looks very logical. Stopping b6. And I don't like about this rook on b8. Why? Because it's very passive. I mean, you're very much tying your idea to push b6.
There aren't, because I was also thinking about rook h8, rook h7 ideas, but there isn't even a mate on e7. So,
that's good. That's a nice idea, though. So let me try to test this. Check. Seems to be
rook b8 on the board, though. But let's see your variation here.
Yeah, I really want to make it work, but maybe it's not going to work. There's still a number of ways why it could not work. For example, rook h2, h5, and f5.
Wow. Okay. So you want to take the pawn on h5?
Yeah, because this drops something, right? So why we go here? And Rapport indeed he didn't go here.
And there isn't. Oh, sorry. I was just looking at some kind of rook b7 check to see if the variation was actually finished.
Here, rook h2.
Yeah, in that long variation you were showing with rook
h5,
takes f5.
f5. You want to take?
Yeah, so if gf5, rook h5, king g7, rook f5, then I was thinking rook b7. And you go there. Is there any?
Yeah, but it looks little, right? This b pawn is not going anywhere. There's going to be knight e6 very, very shortly.
I was just looking at some cheeky knight forks. They were so close.
You want some knight forks? Okay.
Yeah.
No, but Rapport doesn't want to make knight forks. You just play rook b8.
Trying to carry that pawn down the board. I think, yeah, why not knight d5 here? Trying to stop b6.
95. Maybe now you're going to see king h7, h5, h6.
And also your knight h6 ideas.
Yeah, but not with the rook on b8, because now I'm no longer attacking the pawn on f6. You know, actually, Ellen, I'm thinking here, I would love to, and he plays h5. I would love to have my king now about here.
You want to play helicopter chess as well?
Yeah. Helicopter chess, helicopter the king to c1 or teleport chess or whatever. Get the king out, because on h6, it's slowing down on pawns marching.
Well, if we are playing helicopter chess, then sometimes I also want to transfer to c6 maybe. But that's also a long route to go there.
Oh, that's a very long route. Right. All right. So h5 is on the board. And I guess he wants to play king h7, h6, king h8, h7. This has to be idea, so we can check maybe the direct continuation. Oh, wait, e4 just drops a pawn.
Yes, that is true. Knight takes e4.
It's a fork.
Would be a problem.
That's a fork. So how do you play here? How do you play here?
Is black getting Zugzwanged? Is it just a Zugzwang this? Because, I mean, you can't really attack the pawn. Okay.
Like this, king h7, another fork. See, Ellen, you wanted forks.
Knight h6. This is very nice.
What are your forks? You got them.
Yes.
Now I'm going to play e4. This makes perfect sense to me, because knight e4, knight e6, knight e4.
It's protected now.
Yeah, it's protected, but also now this pawn is moving.
That one is fast.
And now I'm going to give you a check. King. I assume it cannot go here for reasons unknown. I mean, okay, maybe something like this. Takes, king g8.
8.
Take here.
No, but now there's rook takes.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe this is unnecessary.
Okay, this is not necessary. Very nice, but not necessary.
So, okay. Yeah, but this seems to be a good variation after you're aligned with...
So it was, again, rook b4, king h7,
7,
e4. Makes sense, right?
Yes, it does make a lot of sense.
Maybe there's a trickier way to do this. Let's say I start with this check to gain access to the g6 square, king e6.
Unfortunately, no rook e7 here because the knight on d5 is indeed protecting the square.
Yep.
So instead, how about we go king g7 now? We delay it all by like one move. And if the pawn pushes...
It's not very clear. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I wanted to give a check for the same reason. This annoying knight, it keeps protecting everything. So I want to play king d7, rook d6, collect the knight, but it's under attack. So king g7 also takes away the f7 square for the black king.
Do we have to give a check on b7 is my question.
Which check?
On b7.
I don't know. I don't know.
Earlier.
I don't know.
Like here after king h7, e4.
I don't know.
We can consider g5.
Really?
Or maybe not. Well,
No,
my
no,
point would be that there would be no rook g4 check sometimes.
Yeah, but
So
now
I
you
wanted
open
to see if I
F6
could
for
do
the
it like
knight.
that. Yeah.
Otherwise, I like the idea of creating a fictional umbrella to protect against the checks. Again, one of the motives of rook endgames, but here...
You know what my guess is? My guess that Report has calculated this to the end.
Wait, he played e4 right away.
We're playing e4 immediately.
Why did you do this?
Not just a check. What?
That's just to check collect the pawn. You know,
Does he want to go to g2 and say that you can protect the g4 pawn?
Yeah, but why? Why not rook b4? I mean, I'm not arguing that this position is saving. Maybe it's just beyond salvation. Maybe by the way, there's just g5.
Yeah, maybe g5 in this position.
Yeah, g5 takes.
And then rook b7. Oh, king takes, of course.
Or maybe just h6, h7. And rook b4 feels like a waste of time for this because you need to have checks here, not on b4. So you cannot have both things at the same time. Yeah, this feels to be winning, to be honest. e3, h7. We can try to put queens on the board, but it's going to be...
Since White promoted first, White is the one who will be...
Oh, wait, I think there's a mate in one. Sorry, I'm so bad.
Ah, very good.
Yeah, found the mate. There is also an... Oh, wait, there's no way fit. Okay, so mate in one, and that's why Fedoseev didn't blunder this. He gave up the pawn on e4.
But this has to be pretty much like resigning, no? How are you fighting here? f5 giving... No, not f5.
Yeah, but there's always going to be some kind of a check. Some kind of a check which changes everything. So maybe Fedoseev said he has to play rook b4. Something like this. But
yeah,
he just gives some kind of a... I'm sorry, not b6, of course.
He did... Aha, no, but this is on the board.
Did I just say not b6, of course, and keep playing?
Yes. This is what I said. He's playing this so quickly. I think he must have calculated it all to the end. Otherwise, he's simply just playing it too quickly.
So this is not working, right? Here.
Take rook b4, rook h8. This is a very common trick, a very good one to know, that you push the pawn. It does seem like black can take it, but this rook h8 is very, very nice.
Okay, up the so why not knight b6?
Knight b6. King g7. No, then we take on e4. So rook b7 check.
Another check.
I'm just, a check is a check is a check.
A check
and then I take on f6 after.
Here.
Oh, maybe I don't take on f6 now. Knight c5.
Check.
King d6.
And here.
Oh. Yes.
So you're going to take the rook is under attack, and this is just winning knight endgame.
Maybe even king g7 immediately. Just to make sure that there are no
tricks. That's a very nice trick. So b6 is on the board, and rook e4 is impossible. Rook b6 is impossible. Knight b6 may be the final chance, but it's like this.
Some calculation for Rapport. I have to say, I find this game super impressive.
Right. This was definitely one of the central rounds. If I would have to pick the game of the round, it would be either Rapport against Fedoseev, which probably is my primary choice, but also Dominguez against Shirov. How Black just started this crazy attack and just completely destroyed White. Really, really impressive game. But still,
I also think that depending on exactly like how you look at it, the Nakamura game was just so strategically well played, showing some very deep understanding, I think. A lot of great chess for sure. Completely impossible to pick a game of the round, I think. But I mean, okay, it's of course tough to not talk about this King F2, G3, H4.
Right. The chat says maybe after Knight B6, there's even Knight F6. I mean,
wow. And then just G5 check.
G5, G6, G7.
It just rolls down.
I don't argue. It's entirely possible. It really depends. Let's say here, the pin is still there, looks very deadly. Knight E5, takes, and yeah, just G7, King H7, and that's it. Yeah, this also works. So it might just as well be resignation for Fedoseev, because what I wanted to say before is that when you're sitting with Black, you know that this should be a loss. And when your opponent plays B6, this is when you know that's it. That's it.
No, but I feel like when your opponent plays B6, that's also the moment that you get this false sense of hope. You have these, like, maybe, I don't know, I would spend way more time calculating this than they do, of course. For me, I think it would be pretty much a good 2 minutes where I would just be like, oh my goodness, do I actually have a chance? And then I would figure out, nope, I do not. And I would just get this feeling of,
No, but I think at this level, 2700, then that
you just know, yeah.
You just know. You immediately know, okay, that's it. You didn't even consider this. Maybe he considered this, but if there's B6, it's like, if Rapport makes this is working. And of course, I'm checking. Yeah. Okay, very nice. Yeah, very nice idea. But there is, I think, no illusions for Fedoseev. He knew he was in a lot of trouble. We would have to go back a long way to this moment, when we had a complete craziness in the middle game, and maybe, just maybe, Fedoseev played a bit more too ambitious with King G6, because we were having suggestions here, maybe King F8 with Knight F6. We felt that it might be a draw. I mean, I don't know, because after Knight F6, that the threat is E5, check, Rook D8, deliver a checkmate. King G6 escapes this, but now Rapport made this amazing idea of delivering a checkmate. Something was missed for Fedoseev, because I don't know what he missed. Did he miss this checkmate here, Rook G8, Knight F6? Because when you go for this position, now this position already spells trouble for you. I mean, okay, maybe if not for G4, even F takes, G4 also looks really, really strong, and the king is in the mating net. So clearly he miscalculated something, and then it was Rapport who played really, really dominating game with this king on H4. I'm stunned.
Yeah.
So
I can only agree. I saw a question of why not Rook takes on B6. So maybe let's just show that one more time, why Rook takes B6 fails.
Did we show it even? Maybe we did not, by the way. My apologies, we did not show it.
Yeah, and King G7 here, just pushing the H pawn, and there's no way for Black to stop it. Knight D7 and H6, you're just in time after Knight F8. Or like this, but even here, White can take on F6, or White can promote, and still this should be very winning.
Right, yeah. So unless, of course, White is going to misplace it to like hurry with takes, King F6, and blunder the pawn on G4, but at this level, this is simply not happening. So White can simply retreat, then promote. This knight is not going anywhere. Black is passively defending against H8 threat. Even G5, G6 is killing the game. So, and Fedoseev plays F5.
Yes, trying to, swipe wipe things up. G5. Do we
Wait.
want to make it nice?
That's a final trick, I think, because after G takes, Rook B6 is still losing, nothing changes. I think he wants to do something like this. Takes here and somehow expose this guy here. Let's say here. And maybe give a check. But there's just no ideas, right? Oh, wait, maybe there is some ideas. Oh, wait, what I'm even talking there?
Knight
Rook
F6, you mean?
G6 is ridiculous. Ah, wait, King H7 is a fork. Could be some tactical tricks.
I like F5, just trying for one last thing here. Even though he might know that it doesn't work. Rapport still has to find the way out. He did take on F5.
Yep.
So are you saying that you think that Rook takes
Yeah, Rook E4
E4
is going to follow. There's got to be some final tricks that FIDE wants to test. If Rapport went for B6, there's no way he missed the 5. this is never happening.
No.
He had to make
I
sure.
don't think either.
Yeah, he had to make sure Rook B6, Knight B6, Rook E4, F5. He calculated already everything. So maybe why he spent those couple of seconds is just he just double checked. Just double check. Can I take it? Is there some tricks? I mean, am I sure? Yeah, he's sure. He is sure. So G takes on F5. I think Rook takes on E4 is going to follow, or resignation. I don't know. I think he has to try Rook E4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that you don't play F5 thinking that you will actually resign.
Who was this, Ellen? Maybe you know who said this. That nobody made points by resigning early.
I don't know who said it, but I know this quote very well.
Right. Yeah. So that's true. By the way, that's true. You can always resign as long as you have chances to save the game. I think it makes perfect sense to keep fighting. And usually opponents resign when they feel that's it. I mean, I have no more chances. I'm just wasting my time or my opponents, and then I just resign, right? But as long as there's a chance.
You know, I have played games before where I've thought, okay, I know I'm wasting my time. I know I'm wasting my opponent's time. But sometimes, you know, there's just some psychological things where you're just, I mean, what can you actually do? You're not ready to resign in your mind, and you just keep on playing even though you know it's completely hopeless.
Right.
And we see Knight F6 on the board.
So he is inviting. That's what I was about thinking, but I didn't get the idea, didn't get the chance to finish the thought. So he's inviting for Rapport to play Rook E8, Knight E8, Queen, and try to get some kind of a fortress. Very nice, by the way. So Rook E8 right away might be just winning.
Rook D8 instead.
Rook D8.
Rapport is playing this so quickly. Like, I bet he calculated it, but I would just, it shows confidence.
It stops 97. That's interesting, by the way. This is a huge difference, because maybe there's no huge difference, but let's say I give a check, you take, I queen, and now you play King F7, and your king maybe is in danger at some point. Maybe Rook G4, maybe Knight something, maybe Rook E7, could be maybe some cooked up fortress. I don't know. Probably not. At the same time, with this move Knight F6, Black wants to play Knight E7. So if White will play something like, I don't know, Rook H8 to promote, after Knight E7, you know, maybe there's some tricks, you know, maybe Queen takes, and could be easily a draw, right? With these F and H pawns, could be a draw. So Rook D8, what Rapport does, he stops Knight E7 from capping, so he goes for the same position, except it's a tempo. It's a tempo for White, and there is no King F7, and this tempo could be useful. I have no idea how, really.
Well, Queen H8, threatening Queen G7, perhaps. No.
That might be the difference, by the way. I think you're absolutely right. Oh, wait.
Or am I falling into something weird?
Yeah, this is weird. We just blundered the draw.
This was purely me. This was purely me.
I think there is an option to imprison the queen, maybe even rook g8.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it something like this. Queen goes here, rook g8, and knight g4, knight f6, knight.
But couldn't you just? No, because I was thinking that it was knight g8, but after king h7, knight f6, there's still king h8.
Resigns.
It resigns. Yeah.
Resigns. He tested the last move. At this level, Fedoseev has no hopes. There's no hopes because, let's say, maybe check, king e7. Oh, wait, you just give a check here. It's so simple, really.
Oh.
You just give a check and play king g6, and that's it. Your position collapses.
Mm.
There's no fortress. But you have to give credit for Fedoseev because maybe many players here would just resign, right? They would just resign, okay, down 2 pawns, there's no tricks, no nothing. So Fedoseev even found here the idea of f5, rook e4, knight f6, and Rapport had to pick up rook d8, the most precise move, because if you play the most obvious choice, rook e8, give a check, which maybe many people would do. Here I play king f7, and this game can go for a long time, right? So
yeah, definitely you keep on fighting here.
What an amazing game by Richard Rapport, who strikes back after yesterday's game.
Yeah, what a round we had today. Really, this has been completely incredible. So much exciting chess. It's insane.
Yeah. All right, so I think maybe we can quickly check today's results, what happened here in all of the games. So we'll probably start with the top board. As you're seeing, Etienne Bacrot played against Alexander Grishuk. Grishuk maybe slightly overpressed in the opening. He tried to play Pirc offensive, got a very shady position. At some point, we had a feeling he slightly maybe panicked in time control, but Bacrot messed it up, missed a couple of moves, and Grishuk was able to salvage the game. Hikaru Nakamura played a really fine positional game, showing a better understanding of the position, got a very powerful dark square bishop, gave up his light square bishop, and was able to capitalize on the strong bishop, followed by very nice tactical trick. So maybe I'm gonna move on. And the next game is Radoslav Wojtaszek was slightly pressing against Grigory Aparin. He got an excellent position. He was a great candidate to enter the, what did you say, Ellen? Pawns Anonymous? Pawn Grabbers Anonymous.
Yes.
Pawn Grabbers Anonymous. It didn't really work. Aparin played a very fine defense. We didn't really have a chance to follow this game so much, but in the end, the Russian Grandmaster prevailed and he saved the game and made a draw. So the game of Rapport against Fedoseev, we witnessed one of the central games today. Vincent Keimer played a very interesting game against Vidit Santos Gujarati, but I think the opening preparation goes as far as it goes. The Indian Grandmaster was able to find the accurate defense and save the game. Dubov against Aronian, not much to see, right? There was rather a peaceful game. And again, one of the central rounds today, Sheriff against Dominguez, which started with a crazy,
an exciting opening. We saw it was, what a game.
Yeah, this crazy d4, queen d2, b3, very topical line. Ellen said that this is what Anish Giri Cat recommended in his chessable course. Maybe Dominguez has studied it. We never know, right? But he was playing according to Anish's recommendation. And finally, we have Pentala Harikrishna against Wesley. So Wesley was having a slightly worse position. He very quickly gave up a draw. This is how top grandmasters usually are doing this. And then effortlessly, textbook draw was played. So here you're seeing the rankings. So maybe, Ellen, you can round up what is happening in the pools.
Yeah, we see that all the pools from A to D, they all have a leader. Actually, we see the exact same, kind of the same results in all the pools. 1.5 for the leader, then 2. Then the people on second and third place, they have 1 point, and just one player in all of the pools with half a point. But please do remember that this is a double round robin, so there are still 4 games left of this, where the winner of each pool will qualify for the semi-finals. And ultimately, you know, there are spots for the candidates tournament up for grabs. We have so much more exciting chess ahead of us. And, you know, this is just round 2. I can't believe how lucky we've been today.
You know, one of my biggest fears in the beginning, Ellen, was we are going to be bored to death, really.
With too many draws, not exciting chess.
With many draws, and we are going to be forced to commentate on the Berlin draw, some draw games, and this is not happening. And I'm so relieved. I'm so happy to see really fighting chess, and these people here are among the best in the world, and they're going here for blood. They're going here for excitement, and maybe I didn't mention this, but I think it's a great mix of young players, ambitious players like Yesipenko, like Vincent Keimer, like Dubov, playing against the old guns like Shirov, against Aronian. And it creates this very interesting mix. Experience against youth, and the results you're seeing, they're great.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's almost a perfect lineup. Such great players, and combine this with the new format, which I also absolutely love. We talked about it earlier. I think this shows, or this is heading for some very, very exciting days.
Right. So, yeah, I think we are about to finish our broadcast. So I would like to thank again everybody who was watching. Your feedback is really important. And if you have any more suggestions or commentaries or what you would like to see in the broadcast, you can, of course, mention the chat. We are reading what you're saying there. Your feedback is very important to us. But we are going to be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European time with round 3. Maybe Ellen will shortly mention again this promotion code for Chess24.
Yes, please don't forget that you can become a premium member on Chess24 with the code Grand Prix 2022 for 40% off your premium membership. Of course, it's a great time to go premium. There are so many great videos on the site, and with a whole new play zone, a lot of Panzer Blitzes coming up. It's a good time to do it, and what a day.
Yeah, incredible day. And I think more action is coming for tomorrow. I wonder, do we have pairings for tomorrow rounds? I'm not really sure. Let me double check it. Either way, the games tomorrow start at 3 p.m. Central European time. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Don't forget to come back again. More action is coming. The same 16 players in Berlin are fighting out double round robin tournaments in order to fight out who is going to qualify for the semifinals and finals, that ultimately qualify for the FIDE Candidates tournament and ultimately challenge the only on one king, Magnus Carlsen, to dethrone him for the World Championship. Thank you for watching this. Today with you was a woman FIDE master, Ellen Nilssen, and Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.